Good morning, everybody. That's right, it's me, it's Kurt H. I am the Lazy Farmer, and welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today's flight is going to be. Let me change the screen here. I'm trying to, I need like two or three more hands. That's all I'm just saying. All right, so today's flight is going to be from Tampa, Florida, down to Princess Juliana International Airport, St. Martin's, Caribbean, Dutch side of St. Martin's. So, spelling, if you see the spelling and you go, yeah, it's not right, well, that's the American side of spelling. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh, I'm flying my favorite, Phoenix A320 in the Pilot's Life livery today. And for air traffic control, we will be using Say Intentions. This is only my third flight with Say Intentions. I have been using Beyond ATC, and we're gonna talk about that. There's going to be a video posted a little bit later today, as a matter of fact, would be my second flight with Say Intentions. And yes, it's not my best landing ever, but I don't care because I make the mistakes so you don't have to. There you go. All right, so let's get started. Let's jump into this. So I've been sitting here changing things, so I'm gonna have to go into sim brief here in just a minute. Or actually, I'm gonna let it stand. I can fix it in the electronic flight bag, so I will do so. So let's go ahead and fly. All right. So let me also get Say Intentions going here. Reconnect. It might be waiting for the plane to show up. If I sound a little stuffy, man, that's just allergies are kicking my butt. I love almonds. I can't stand almond trees. When they bloom, I'm suffering. All right, Phoenix is loading up. And I'm not sure which loads up. I think 24, well, the saga. Why have I not been streaming? Well, was starting a computer build when the prices went crazy, and if you're not familiar, I think the prices are starting to come down. But if you're not familiar with that, the price of memory went from $60. All right, Say Intentions is up. There we go. I don't know why. This is the one thing. You can look at the wheels. I mean, it kills the immersion. But anyway, Pilot's Life livery on the plane. We are flying. This is a mission from a Pilot's Life. So let's get into the cabin here. Let me see now. If we go outside, everything's normal. It's just, but wings. The things are still populating in GSX. We'll be using GSX as well too. So, which GSX does work very effectively with. Let me move this down because I got my header. There we go. I'll put it down here. So, yeah, it does work very well with Say Intentions. With Say Intentions, it had no problem actually, really, with Beyond ATC either. But with Say Intentions, you do have the choice of talking to your ramp personnel, and they will do the pushback. If you do not talk to them uh, through microphone, then GSX works just fine. So we'll be following that. We'll be testing also the AI. Oh, Delta's pushing back. Nice. Um, we will be testing the new checklist through Say Intentions. They have a checklist, what's called the checklist tuner. So if you're a premium member with them, you get to use that and modify your checklist, move things around, change wordings and everything. So I spent a lot of time last night going through my normal paper checklist and making sure that that's what I'm used to using, um, and making sure that it was in Say Intentions, added that to the profile, changed some wording. So we're going to test that to see how it goes. I almost chose. Um, I'm sorry, I got a warning here. Well, my call sign is SBW5610. It's Simbit World. That's because this is a pilot's life flight, and Say Intentions just was sitting there telling me they don't like it, so it's an invalid call sign. Let me go and see what this does. Hold on here. Which one are they telling me to go to? Making changes. So it can't be there. So it's got to be in here. So making me go in there because I don't know. I may have to change to United Airlines, but when I fly the missions, well, let me clarify. I do get a schedule through a pilot's life, and I'm flying for United, so I use the United liveries when I do that. But this is the weekly Saturday morning flight. They have a weekly Sunday morning flight, and then throughout the week, Monday through Friday, they have random flights that spawn, and those are typically under the SBW Simbit World call sign, and they're not liking it. Is it here? Well, here we go. Do, 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 do. Let's try. Okay, I just added it. Let's see what this does. Okay, I'm not going to show you this because I noticed I was playing around with. Um, so tail number is going to be, that one's going to be new. Tail number, I'm not sure. I have to take a look at pilot's life to see if that is the 320th Saturday morning flight. And we're doing. I did not know about this. This is something new. Like I said, it's my third flight with Say Intentions, and it's allowing me to really add. Okay. I'm going to leave this one. I got long call sign, short call sign. So I'm going to leave it. Let's go back. I can close that out. I'm going to leave it. I want to see what happens with. So I'm going to test this. We'll see what happens to see if it breaks. Why is GSX not coming up? Taking a while for it to load. Let's get rid of it. Hopefully GSX doesn't break on me. All right, let's get back in the cockpit where we belong. Okay. I gotta change my camera view. Let's see. Bum, bum. Oh, everything's broken today. And hey, if it's not a broken stream, then it's not a lazy farmer stream. And I want in this one, and I want that one. Okay. LC checklist use back. Make sure your aircraft IKO is set correctly. Go. Oh, it's all because of my aircraft IKO. I don't want to change. It'll take a long time, but okay, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I need to. Okay, so let me make a note of this, and then I'm gonna back out. We're gonna change from the Symbit World Livery to the what do you call it? United Livery. So we'll do that here. Fix, add SBW2SI. There we go. Make my notes. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm having a great time. Let's go ahead and we're going to go back to the main menu. Change the livery. So we're going to change our clothes. And then I have to go into SimBrief and fix SimBrief. So actually while I'm doing that, where is, here we go. I want SimBrief dispatch. It's not showing up on you guys can't see what I'm doing, so that's right. I'm not going to go fight that. Phoenix A320 AIE. And I'm going to change this to UAL. We'll keep the flight number 5610. And go down to, where's my fuel planning? I'm going to add $15 minutes of contingency and 30 minutes reserve because I'm flying. What can I say? All right, let's generate this flight, update the time, and generate the flight. Okay. All right, now we'll come back in, change liveries. I really like, I got the other one. I got the co-merger, which they're showing this side of the plane and they got blue, but you go on the other side and the engine is not painted, so it's not balanced. So I'm going to stop using this one. I did download this one, then I saw this one. It's the Battleship Grade. I don't know, I really like that one. And this is what, the 500th Airbus A320, I guess 500th. You don't know if it's 500 total or... All right, so let's go into SimBrief here. I can close this window. And we'll edit the flight. Was I gate 73 is where I was at. I had put myself. And we'll go ahead and get started. And I think that should make Say Intentions happy, because it's all about making Say Intentions happy, okay? So Pilot's Life wants us at 36,000 feet for this flight, so we'll set that in there. And see, fuel planning should already be set. Yep, fuel planning is already set. We'll quick update of the time. Generating flight. And then we're going to go ahead and import it into Microsoft 2020 here. Now I do use 2024, and that's because I also for sometimes I did buy the license for the um, Airbus A330 because I wanted something a little bit longer and long haul. I will be buying the model for the Tollus Aerosoft. Um, okay, imports done. Tollus Aerosoft A340. So 4-engine plane. But as of right now, I'm going to hold off on it. 73 is right there. Okay, we'll set that as our departure. If not, it'll put us on the runway. I don't want that. All right, let's go in and fly. Anyway, yeah, that's where'd my cursor go? There it is. Uh, it's broken in the pilot's life right now. It's there's the third-party FSU PC. It's not mating up with fully mating up with the simulator. It is Tolos's first foray into Microsoft. Everything that they've done has always been for X-Plane, which is something I'm going to look at. I just don't know if I want to because I like the Phoenix so much, but I mean, everyone says that Polos did a good job on the Airbus in X-Plane. And I've had several people tell me actually that X-Plane, they feel X-Plane's better than Microsoft in a lot of ways. So I will explore that. I'm okay with that. All right, ready to fly. All right, so here we are. We're back in the cockpit again. Let's take a look outside. All right, let's take a look at this Liberty money shot here. Yep, 500th A320. That's all right. I can dig that. GSX cones are popping in. Both engines, a little hit on the FPS right there. So mostly when I get into the exterior shots here. All right, we got Delta dot popping in. Okay, I am using. I don't know what this is right here. It's not from Microsoft. I got all that turned off. It might be injected from Say Intentions, but I do have FS traffic on my system. So Say Intentions is supposed to be calling um, models from FS traffic if it's installed on your system. Um, yeah, I don't know what this one is. I've never seen that before, and there's nothing else. I mean, and it's pulling that a lot. So I think I'm going to see if there's some way to tweak that or to force Say Intentions to use only FS traffic. So the models are really good. If you're not familiar with FS traffic, it comes from Just Flight. They just added FS traffic to Tower Simulator. So we'll be probably do a live stream on Tower Simulator and watch me screw up on that one, deleting planes, all that kind of stuff. But it does here. It's very effective so far. Deliveries look really good. Um, Delta and the Frontier. The Frontier is legit. Although it seems like oh no, actually they have the raccoon on the tail. There was the fox the other day. So anyway, I digress. Let me get into this. Okay, so let's get started and let me see if Say Intentions is happy. New flight. It's still pulling up the information. Why are you? I'm not. It's still saying that I have. Where's my checklist? And it's yeah. Okay. This is getting to be very frustrating. I may have to do it. I want the no. So I don't know why it's doing this. Let me close out Say Intentions and then reload it because, okay, I don't need this. The tuner's already done. All right, let's go back in here. I want to go back inside. I want to see. I thought I had it changed in. Oh, it's still coming up as. Oh no, there it changed. UAL. It was in here. So let's see if that fixes it in Say Intentions. Because Say Intentions says I was still using the. And it's what it is. It says simple 3 letters. I mean, it's you. Okay, waiting, reconnect. It's still saying I'm using the Symbit world is invalid. Call feedback. No, I'm not using that. Oh. Wait, what? Yeah, here it's saying it's still. That is not where I'm at. Hang on. Aircraft. Oh, I know. I think maybe this might fix it here. Let's see. Yep, I think I see where it's at. I think. It's still. Oh no, I got my checklist. Okay, so I still got the warning. It doesn't like that SBW, but it is now getting my checklist. So let's go ahead. We can go move forward now. I think I'll be a little bit late coming off the blocks here. First thing before I want to do, I just saw some things I need to go in and change. I didn't set the parameters in the livery, which you have to go and do that in the livery. So I'm going to make some changes in here. Nav in, go around, yes, cabin, good, controls. This is all going to be working with GSX. Units and GSX. All right, we're all good here. Let's go back to my flights. And I'm actually going to change this, and I'm going to give myself an extra 5 minutes just because of stuff. All right. Okay. Are you not going to key up for me? Good morning. Can I get the pre-flight checklist, please? Oh, I just set my buttons and now it's not working. You know what? Okay, that's not true. Let's see. I want channel 2. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Sorry, I know you guys are like, get rid of what? Okay. There we go. Intercom's fixed. Good morning. Can I get the pre-flight checklist, please?
Copy, Captain. I will provide the pre-flight checklist now.
And nothing. Well, okay. Fine. I'm going to go to Say Intentions and click on Run Checklist. Maybe I broke it last night when I redid it. All right, so parking brake. It's the typical. Um, let's get this out. Parking brake is on. Check. Weather radar off. Check. Predictive wind shear off. Check. Spoilers. Okay. Oh, actually, let me try this. Parking brake On. Check. Nah, it's not working. Okay, I'm going to go forward. Anyway, spoilers are disarmed and retracted. Flaps are retracted. Engine mode selector is set to norm. Yeah, okay, it is moving. Engine masters 1 and 2 are off. Thrust levers are idle. Transponder mode is set to standby. Anti-skid is on. Landing gear lever is down and wipers are off. Check. Okay, pre-flight checklist is complete. Cockpit preparation. Batteries 1 and 2 will go to on. Battery 1 and battery 2. We will be doing, let's see, cockpit preparation. External power is available, so we'll go to on that. All right. And crew supply to on. Ground control, we also set that to on. Evac will go to captain. And then ADIRs, 1, 2, and 3 to nav. Cockpit lights, we don't need it. It's daylight. Nav and logo lights to on. We'll let people know that we're somebody in the plane. No smoking signs will go to on. And let's see, annunciator, well, I'm sorry, emergency lights will go to arm. We will do our test lights. Everything's lit up. Okay, everything's good. Light test passed. Engine, APU engine fire test. Okay. APU passed. Engine 1 passed. Engine 2 passed. Alright. Probe and window heat is set to auto. Anti-ice to off. Air conditioning, we'll set that. I always turn it about 2 notches. It gives it about 70 degrees. 71, 72, somewhere in there, as we're in flight. So that is as required. And we have our chocks on, so we can go ahead and release the parking brake. And what I'm looking at is, let's go down here. I'm looking at this gauge right here. As we use the brakes, we should go to green. Yep. All right, we're good. So, and then parking brakes back on again. Okay, so ACU and brake pressure check. Yes. All right. So that is cockpit preparation. Check. All right. So now we are going to go to. Did I not add? Oh, I didn't scroll all the way down. How about if I scroll down? That might help. I've decided to. I'm getting new monitors. Um, having only 2 monitors, I want a third, and then I need all monitors to be 4K at least. And this one the second one is not 4K, and it's kind of getting irritating. All right, let's check ECAM status. Check. Recall. Check. All right, radio panels set up. We're going to go ahead and turn this on, and we will dial these all the way up. Yeah, I have decided I'm adjusting my budget for when I get paid at the end of the month. I'm going to be ordering from Rosefire the radio panel set, because now with Say Intentions, I'm using this a lot. So, all right, so we're set there. Okay, radio panel set up. All right, now we're going to go to the electronic flight bag, and this was the fixed thing. Normally I wouldn't come into here until I get it, but I'm here. Everything's all set up. Ground services, and we got GPU and chocks and cones. Everything else we manage by GSX, if GSX is working for us now. And we're going to go load aircraft and boarding and fueling GSX. Okay, so we're going to start that process.
Is on its way.
and we can barely. I've got the radio panel. I mean, GSX is they're
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
okay. So I can hear it a little bit louder, but the volume in GSX, I have it turned all the way up. The rest is managed by the radio panel that we just adjusted, and it's not. I want it just a little bit louder for stream purposes. So all right. So electron flight bag, Barrow. Let's go get our. Now we can get our Barrow from a couple of different places. We're gonna go here to My Flight, and we're gonna come and look here, and our Barrow is 3009. So if we go to, and we're going to look, you're going to see this one and this one adjust because I have them linked. 3009. All right, 3009, and of course I do have what you see right here, left EFIS, flight management console, and then right EFIS. I have that sitting on my desk from WinWing. So, and then 3009 down here on the backup. So, we're good. All right, Barrow is set. Oh, go back to, and then we want for the EFIS, we want to set it. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why that's set up. I'll have to fix that. All right, EFIS is, we're going to turn on the constraints on the left side. For some reason, you can't link those. I don't know why. Flight directors are on both sides, and our range knob, I like to keep it, well, on the pilot side, I do arc and 10 nautical miles range for the navigation display, and then on the pilot, on the co-pilot side, or first officer side, I set it to 40 in arc. So it's I get a little bit more if I want to look at it, but honestly, I hardly ever do look at it. But there was, I gotta go find the video because there's a video about a particular screen. It's very small, and basically it would fit these two primary displays. And so if I get at least two of those, I can do this and have these sitting on my desk. My intention is to build a Airbus cockpit. MCDU setup. All right, let's go do our MCDU. So actually, first what I want to do is I always come over here. I want to. Do I want to get a second MCDU? I have one. I have a pilot one sitting here on my desk as well too, or next to me. Not on desk. I've got a little table over here to my right that I use. But I'm going to go AOC menu, and I'm going to go receive messages first. Nothing. Where's my loadout sheet? Okay, I'm already broken. All right, request. So we see, let's go take a look while we're waiting for that to populate. Oh, there it is. Okay. AOC menu, but I want to look and see what's going on out here. Oh, we got a different plane sitting there. New livery. Well, basically same style livery, so I think this is, like I said, I think that's Say Intentions. Frontier is still sitting there, but we got Cougar now. Interesting. Delta sitting over there. Me, I'm sitting here. American behind us. So, alright, cool. Alright, so Say Intentions doing the thing. Catering trucks are here. Fueling is going on. So, alright. So GSX are all working happily out there. Why did I not get my preliminary load sheet? Okay, fine. You want to be that way? I can get around you. I'm okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our weather. And we are at KTPA. I think is where we're at. KTPA. Insert that. And request the METAR. Alright. Go back to receive messages. And there it is. Alright. So A3009. Yep. And we are looking at. Okay, variable broken, 05 knots, few, okay, and few clouds. So not bad, nice day. Variable, where's my wind? I'm not seeing a wind. There's literally like, is it like no wind? Variable, oh, variable wind, so 5 knots. So it's slightly breezy. Looks like a nice sunny day here in Tampa. Lucky. Well, I can't say that because in Central California next week we're going to be in the 90s. All right, let's go over to MCDU 1. I'm going to go here, and we're going to do, normally we would go data, and if you come down here to AC stats, you still get the same page as if you went into FMGC, same thing. So we go right into this data page here, and this is to make sure that we have the current ARAC cycle. And United Airlines 1260201. All right, we're good. Engine, okay, that's all. Basically, I look right here, make sure I have the current ARAC cycle, which I do. It comes from SimBrief, so I know I do. In it, page A, we're going to go ahead and request our flight plan. Coming from SimBrief, but we pretend it's from United Airlines. Okay, there it is. All right, and our flight number is going to be UAL. Now I could actually do that. Okay, I'm clicking on this with my cursor. I'm going to put my cursor right there so you can see it's not going to move. So, and the rest is going to be done on my MCDU. It's next to me. We will be 5610. Oops. How come the one didn't go? There we go. Okay. Get rid of all the stuff in the scratch pad. I need get my flight plan, which I get that. I have it up. It's I can see it in a pilot's life. I can also get it on the electronic flight bag. So, but my cost index for today's flight is going to be 15. And flight level cruise is 360. And they're expecting it to, or they're telling me it's going to be minus 53 as we're flying. A little bit chilly. Let's get our winds. Alright, wind data uplink is done. We can return. Alright, and then we're going to go from init to flight plan. KTP, we're departing, and we are departing out of, come on, there we go. Departing out of 01 right. There we go. Heading out the Candy 8, there it is, with the Savi transition. Alright, insert that. We do have a little flight plan discontinuity there, but I'm going to leave that because I'm expecting vectors. If I was not doing ATC, I would actually delete. I would actually go clear and clear the manual, clear the flight plan, and do if I'm doing my own ATC. But with using Say Intentions, I'm going to leave that and see how they direct me. All right, and so the expectation, according to this flight plan, is we are going into St. Martin's, and we can expect the RNAV 10. This is going to be fun. I haven't done an RNAV in a while. So no star, and via, what are we going via by? I need to pull that up. Oh, Sluggo. There we go. Via Sluggo. Okay. Insert that. Perfect. Via Sluggo. And then I want to do, let's go look at that. There is a discontinuity. Alright, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go with it anyway. I'm going to get myself in trouble. You're going to see, like I said, I make the mistakes, so I'm trusting ATC. And I have a hard time trusting ATC. I really do. I didn't realize I was a control freak, but I guess I am. Alright, rad nav. We are up. Nothing to do on this page. And then we're going to go to init page B. And now we're waiting for everything to load up through GSX. So right now we're as far as we can go on the MCDU. So MCDU setup, set speed and heading. So we're going to fly runway heading. So I need to look at the charts.
Boarding requested.
All right, boarding requested. We have our block fuel 22,741. So I can actually manually enter that into the init page B page, but I can also send it from the MCDU, to the MCDU from the EFB. So I'm going to do that. All right, we want to go here, and I want airport. Okay. And I said we're going out the 01 right over here. So 007 is the heading. All right. So we're going to be heading 007. All right, there's our heading. And now we're going to go ahead and let's check the MCDU flight control. And at this point, let's get our clearance. So we are, checklist is complete. Okay, ATC. 133.6 is where we're at. Tampa clearance is a United flight 5610 requesting clearance to St. Martin's. Oh, I didn't get ATIS.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Yes, sir. I forgot to get that go through ATIS and get what I have, but that's okay. It's very forgiving with that, so that's my bad.
3 Alpha Zulu, cleared to Juliana via the Gandhi 8 departure, then is filed. Departure runway 1 right, initial climb to 4,000. Departure on 118.15, squawk 3215.
Cleared to Juliana via Gandhi 8 departure, then is filed. Depart runway 1 right, initial climb to 4,000. Departure on 118.15, squawk 3215. United 5610.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, read back correct. Ground is on 121.7, safe flight, sir.
Alright, so it's giving me Skyhawk. I know that's a setting. We'll go with it. They're going to call me Skyhawk. But anyway, alright. I know exactly where I need to change that. I wonder if I could change that now. Going into settings again. Okay, this is interesting. I changed it, but there's no way to disable. You can use custom call sign, but there's no way to disable custom call sign. So I'm going to go with, we'll just go with today. It's going to be off, so it'll break the immersion a little bit, but that's okay. Alright, so let's see. Oh, there's one. Ground is on 121.7, United 5610. Now that's something that honestly Beyond ATC is good at. If you don't respond, they'll keep nagging you to respond. So, alright, I want to go to the squawk and set that up. Alright, and he said 3, 2, 1, 5. Alright, that's in. Okay, we're good. Departure on 118. So departure on 118, contact route 1217. That's ready to go, so we can get off of there. We'll go to 1217. That is set. Okay. So we have our clearance. And we know we're going that way. So, and we're set to 4,000 feet here. Okay, so we're good. Beep. Why are you beeping at me?
Passengers boarding starting.
All right, we have our passengers coming on board now. So here's the point here where normally would call contact ground request push and start, and they would give it to us. Okay, fine. I can go to ramp then and say intentions and have say intentions push me back. That's where I'm not going to key up and talk. With GSX, GSX is waiting for me to turn on the beacon light, and so I adjusted my flight plan, or not the flight plan, but the checklist, to make that the very last thing I do when I'm ready to start. So we just got to wait for all the passengers to load. Alright, passengers are starting to load. And we will go in and checklist. We're going to do... Okay, we did... Windows and doors closed and locked. I didn't open the windows. And... Windows closed, locked. Ooh, I hate the FPS on this. That's why I need it faster. And we're going to go... Locked. Door locked. Okay. Fuel pumps to on. Check. APU master to on. Check. APU start to on. There we go. APU starting. And watching that lower ECAM right down here. Alright, let me take a look. Has anybody said anything? I'm looking. Nope. I think I'm way up. So we have a lot of people. They're showing a lot of people that are up and flying. Oh, you know, it's still showing. Even here, it's still showing the SIMBIT 5610. So I'm in pre-departure. So that's all right. I know for next time, and then I will, like I said, I'll look into that so I can actually use the SIMBIT stuff. But yeah, I'm looking at the banner on the screen. Flaps open. APU is now available. So we're going to go to APU bleed. When available, on. All right, APU bleed is on. External power can now disconnect. We're on our own power. All right, check. We got our clearance. Okay, squawk is set. Check. Seatbelt signs, not yet. Not everybody's boarded. Oh, yeah, it is actually. All right, so everybody's boarded. I'll send that load, the final load sheet, waiting for it to. Okay, so anyway, let's see where we're at. Seatbelt signs can go to on. Thrust levers are idle. Check. And fuel quantity, 22,000. Check. Takeoff data. Let's go to our takeoff data. So we need to go get that. Well, before I do that, I want to check. We're going to go get the METAR refresh at Juliana, and our expected landing weight is going to be 134.8. And so we will be using medium brakes when we go to land. Okay, full flaps. So what happens if I do auto land? It's a little bit longer. So I'm gonna go max. We'll go max brake. So and auto land, and I just do auto land because I do control the power, but I keep autopilot on until like the very last minute, then I take it off. Still, I'll tell you one thing. I like the Thrustmaster stuff, but I wish I could adjust the tension on the side stick. That's my only thing. So without tearing the whole thing apart and changing the springs, that's why wind wing side stick going to be coming, and then the wind wing throttle quadrant will be coming as well too. Anyway, enough of that. All right, so fuel quantity check, takeoff data. So we're going to go back to the takeoff data here, and we need let's go to our second MCDU and get our second load sheet. Accept the final one. Return. Come back here. Sync the load sheet. Sync weather. Make sure it's right. Calculate. All right. So V1 130. V rotation is at 133. V2 137. Flaps 3 takeoff with a down trim of 0.3. So we'll send that to our performance page on the MCDU right there. So we're going to send the MCDU, and there it is. All right, so we are good to go. That does a flex to temp, so we'll be using flex takeoff but with a flaps 3. Interesting. Okay, so at this point I'm going to go here, and we will set that, zero it out, put that there, and okay, that's good for now. So let's see, continuing on the checklist, seatbelt signs went to on, thrust levers, idle, fuel quantity check, takeoff data set and reviewed, check, transponder mode to auto, and transponder to auto. I want to get that too. I get this panel is available as well. Transponder to auto, engine mode selector to start, check. Beacon lights to on, parking brake is required, the engine master says, okay, so we're ready to go. Let me get our clearance for push and start. So, Tampa ground, this is United, flight 5610, request push and start at gate 73. Push and start approved, tail north, United 5610. So it's going to be off. I know you guys are going to say that, but if I don't break something. All right, so we are ready. And it said tail north, so we're going to face south. So we're going to turn beacon on to let GSX know we're ready for pushback. Yep, I see movement. Yeah, there goes the jetway, and there's our crew chief getting run over by the jetway. It's not perfect, but it's good. I like it.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
All right, go ahead. There she goes. Okay. And so it says tail north, so which means they want us to face south. So if we face south, that means
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin
right,
inserted.
so it's because we gotta go this way. So it is nose right, tail left, and we'll see how the pushback goes. Ooh, he just drove out of the building.
Locking gear.
Nose right, left is what I said. There we go.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, your parking brakes are released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Starting number 2. Fuel pump open. Is that fuel pump? I think that's fuel pump. I get confused sometimes if that's fuel pump or if that's fuel flow.
Arm doors cross-check. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of United Airlines, we are now preparing for departure to Princess Juliana International Airport. Estimated flight time of 2 hours and 50 minutes. We ask that you pay close attention to the upcoming safety demonstration, which contains important information even for our frequent flyers. Please fasten your seatbelts by inserting the metal fitting into the buckle and pulling the strap to tighten. Ensure your seat backs and tray tables are in the upright position, and window blinds are open for takeoff. Mobile phones and electronic devices must be set to flight mode, and larger devices should
It just changed out that odd livery to the Frontier.
are prohibited anywhere on board, including the lavatories. Oxygen masks will drop automatically if needed. Pull the mask firmly, place it over your nose and mouth, and breathe normally. Life vests are located under your seat. Put it on and inflate only after leaving the aircraft. Floor-level lighting will guide you to the nearest exit, which may be behind you. In case of evacuation, leave all personal belongings behind and follow crew instructions immediately. If any electronic device
It's not going to do the complete pushback, so we're going to be a little odd here.
the safety information card in your seat pocket contains all details. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant flight.
Please set parking brake. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
I'm waiting for the engine to finish starting. I thought I heard. I'm going to go ahead and say I got a good engine start. So,
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
face tail north. Where's the rose? So I should have been facing this way. Now, if I wanted to, if I was going to fly out of here all the time, I could go into GSX and fix this. I'm not going to worry about it because I rarely come to Tampa. But I'm going to have to do a nice little U-turn. So it'll be interesting. It's going to be, once again, not realistic.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
All right, there's the available engine just came in. All right, let's go back to the checklist. All right, parking brake on, check. Engine mode selector to normal, check. She's showing me yep, she's got the pin. And thank you, have a nice day, wave at her. All right. To normal, APU bleed. To off, engine APU master to off. And flight controls. We'll go flight controls. Hit there, and all right, rudder right, rudder left. roll right, roll left, pitch down, pitch up, flight controls, responsive, and flight controls, no faults. Flight controls check, flaps set, flaps 3, set, flaps 3, and pitch trim was a down 0.3. That would be probably right about there. Rudder trim is set to 0. Hit the button to reset.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Awesome. Thank you, CN St. Martin's. All right. What do you want now? Okay, never mind. See, anti-ice, we don't need any anti-ice, and flight instruments are, everything's on, looking good. We are solid. After start normal, or after start checklist complete. Now we're going to request taxi. I'm going to go to ATC. Here we go. All right. Tampa ground, United 5610, ready to taxi to the active.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, runway 1 right, taxi via Victor Juliet Charlie, hold short of runway 10, then Charlie 1.
Runway 1 right, taxi via Victor Juliet Charlie, hold short, runway 10, then Charlie 1, United 5610. Alright, so we have our clearance, so nose wheel light, got to taxi, runway turn-off lights don't need it, strobes will go to auto, and takeoff config right here, normal, we are good. Let's start our taxi, let's go get out there. Alright, so go back to ATC here. She said Victor via Victor, and then Juliet, and then hold short. Juliet to, where's Charlie? Oh, Charlie's here. Cross one, and then hold short, runway 10. Alright, so Juliet, Charlie, and then down that way. Okay.
Request push and start clearance. Third Wings 2022, push and start approved. Push back and start approved. Spirit Wings 2022.
It's a good thing there's no airplane right there. Alright, there's my markers that I have turned on from Say Intentions. I will be turning those off in the future. I've gotten pretty good to start, you know, reviewing the charts and knowing my way around and what's expected. But for today's flight, I wanted to show off the Say Intentions. We're going to talk about Say Intentions after we get in the air and get above transition and to cruise, and we'll go talk about. And I talked about this, and then there's, like I said, there's going to be another video posting from me flying San Francisco to Denver, and I'll be talking Say Intentions and how I feel about it in comparison to Beyond ATC. They both have their place. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on Beyond ATC. I'm really not. But like I said, I'll get into.
Skywagon 581 ready to taxi. Skywagon 581 581, runway 10 taxi via Foxtrot 1, Delta, Sierra, hold short of runway 1 right, then Charlie, November.
Runway 10 taxi via Foxtrot 1, Delta, Sierra, hold short of runway 1 right, then Charlie, November, Skywagon 581. Spirit Wings 2022, ready to taxi.
Spirit Wings 2022, runway 1 right taxi via Golf, Golf 2, Charlie, hold short of runway 10, then Charlie 1.
Runway 1 right taxi via Golf, Golf 2, Charlie, hold short of runway 10, then Charlie 1 Spirit Wings 2022.
I have a question on that. I'm supposed to hold short. Do I?
Cleared for push and start.
Because I'm watching the plane there, I don't hear anybody saying that they hold short. It's like stop, check. And it might be that thing too. Pilot's discretion. You know, stop, check, and then go if there's nobody coming. I keep forgetting. I gotta adjust the sensitivity on the tiller. And no, I don't have a tiller. I'm the joystick on the Thrustmaster twist, so that's the tiller. But I need to adjust the sensitivity on it. Alright, here's runway 10. I'll hold short. Alright, hold short.
Approaching runway 10.
And we are clear. And we're going to continue taxi.
Southwest 210, ready to taxi.
Southwest 210, runway 1 right taxi via Golf, Golf 2, Charlie, hold short of runway 10, then Charlie 1.
Runway 1 right taxi via Golf, Golf 2, Charlie, hold short of runway 10, then Charlie 1, Southwest 210.
Approaching runway 10.
No, I'm leaving runway 10.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact tower on 119.5, take care.
Contact tower 119.5. Good afternoon. United 5610.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact tower on 119.5, take care.
Contact tower on 119.5. Take care. That's interesting. It repeated it, but I think it's because the call sign's off and it's confused. I've confused it. All right, holding short. All right, brakes are on, and we're going to do our before takeoff checklist and to on weather radar. Weather radar to on, predictive wind shear to on, TCAS, TA, RA, and we are already set to above. Spoilers armed. Auto brake set to max. Check. Terrain radar to on. And let's see, strobe lights to on. There we go. Landing lights to on. And runway turn-off lights to on. And nose lights to take off. Alright, packs to off. Packs to off. ECAM memo, no blue. Alright. Before takeoff, checklist is complete. And let's contact tower. And go to the ATC page. There we go. What happened there? Oh, it keeps doing that. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Southwest 298, winds 360 at 5, runway 10, cleared to land.
Cleared to land,
Oh,
10,
good.
Southwest 298.
Tampa Tower, United 5610, holding short, runway 10, ready to BART.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Tampa Tower, runway 1 right, winds 360 at 5. Arnav Gandhi, cleared for takeoff.
Arnav Gandhi, clear for takeoff. United 5610. Okay, isn't there somebody landing? I got one sitting behind me. I don't see anybody coming in. Okay. Alright, I'm going. Alright, checklist. We're going to go to takeoff checklist. Chrono. We'll go to start. Brakes as required. Stabilize engines at 40%. N1. Thrust masters to flex. And then we're off. So, here we go. Let's have a good flight. Good, safe flight to St. Martin's. I've been to St. Martin's. I want to go back, man. The beach was amazing.
Approaching runway 1, right.
Okay, a little squirrely there. Not really lined up straight, but we're in
Runway
1,
Yep.
right.
chrono
Remaining
start, brakes stabilize.
8,200 feet.
Come on. Alright, going to flex.
Southwest 210, hold short of runway 10.
Short of runway 10, Southwest 210.
Come on, hold that line. Hold it. V1. Rotate. Oof. Whoa. Come on. That's an ugly takeoff. Alright. Pause the rate, gear up. And autopilot 1. Not engaging. Ooh, what's with the FPS? There it goes. Okay, where's a little bit of FPS there. Hit.
Southwest 210, hold short of runway 10.
Alright, and then we're going to go, my flight plan, I said my flight plan. Okay, we've got an issue. We're gonna go, there it goes, direct. Yeah, I got a lag on my panel, so direct to Gandhi, insert. Alright, lever climb. Alright.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact departure.
Contact departures, Skyhawk Alpha Zulu. I don't know what that is, but it's not me. Alright, after takeoff.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, no radar contact. Contact departure on 118.15.
Okay. Yeah. And come on. Are you gonna move? What is going on here? Departure, this is United 5610 with you climbing to 3,000, climbing to 4,000 feet. Yep, I know what that is.
123 Alpha Zulu, Tampa departure, radar contact. Climb and maintain 10,000.
Climb and maintain 10,000, United 5610. Alright, let's go PAX to on. There we go. And checklist. Okay, so after takeoff, so landing gear.
3 Alpha Zulu, direct Gandhi, then is filed, please.
Direct Gandhi, then is filed. United 5610. Alright, landing gear retracted. Runway turn off lights to off. Nose lights to off. Disarm and retracted spoilers. Check.
Departure, Moxie 100, 2,000 for 4,000.
Okay.
Moxie 100, radar contact. Climb and maintain 10,000.
Thrust set to climb, check. And autopilot 1 on, check. Check thrust, auto thrust on, PAX to on, check. And flaps are fully retracted, check. And anti-ice as required, not needed. Alright, we're after takeoff checklist is complete. So climb, we are verifying we gotta get to 10,000. Go ahead and turn off our landing lights, seatbelt signs as required, anti-ice as required. Train radar will go to off and past. Once we get past our transition altitude, set our barrel to standard, and that'll be our climb. But right now we're still climbing. So go back to the ATC channel. Climb and maintain flight level 230, United 5610. Alright, climbing. So, a little bit rough. Okay, this is actually forcing me. Say Intentions is forcing me to be a little more efficient than what I have been. I thought I was efficient, and I wasn't. So, and I need to listen to the radio chatter. And I didn't. I missed that actual call to climb and maintain flight level 230.
2022, contact Jacksonville Center on 128.05.
And the call signs throwing me off as well too.
128.05 East, Spirit Wings 2022.
Alright, we're passing 10,000 feet. So we go back up here. Off. Seatbelt signs to off. Train radar.
3 Alpha Zulu, climb and maintain flight level 280.
Climb and maintain flight level 280. United 5610.
Electronic devices is now permitted in flight mode. Our cabin service will begin shortly, and we appreciate your patience. Thank you for flying with United Airlines.
Hey, at least she got it right. We're
Skywagon
united.
581, contact Jacksonville Center on 128.05.
128.05 for Skywagon 581.
Southwest 210 radar contact. Climb and maintain 12, 2000.
Okay, so we're waiting to get. Oh, I'm just waiting to get up to above transition, and then we'll change our barrow to standard, and that will
Southwest
complete.
210, contact Jacksonville Center on 128.05.
That'll complete our climb.
128.05 for Southwest.
And then we have our cruise checklist. And then at that point we're just gonna be cruising on our way to St. Martin's. I like the new banner at the top. That's pretty cool. So I'm looking at the stream. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks good. Looks solid. Not dropping any frames, but in the computer I've got some FPS loss, so that was the whole reason.
Alpha Zulu, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Climb and maintain flight level 320, United 5610.
Moxie 341, direct box, cleared for the ILS runway 19er left approach. Descend and maintain altitude 3,000 feet until established. Down to 3,000, cleared for the ILS 19er left approach, Moxie 341.
I have a couple of planes.
Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Center on 132.35.
Center on 132.5, I think is what you said. Thank you very much. 132.35. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting warnings here. I'm watching that. Center, this is United 5610. Climbing via the Gandhi 8 at 17,000, heading for flight level 320.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center, good afternoon.
Alright, we were transition, going to standard. Alright, okay.
Delta 5 X-ray Whiskey, descend and maintain 1,000 feet, altimeter 3006.
Okay, so let's talk. Anyway, Beyond ATC and Say Intentions. I got somebody following me back there, and they're below me by almost 2,000 feet, but that's why I keep getting the red. Is that there's
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360, United 5610. They're like right behind me, but they're about 2,000 feet below me. But it's enough that it's giving me a warning that there is a, TCAS is telling me that there's a plane nearby. So hopefully it's not going to be like that all the way into St. Martin's. We're going to be hearing that. Anyway, all right. So for ATC, I've been using Beyond ATC. Not bad. Don't get me wrong. One-time purchase. I did also, on top of that, purchase FS Traffic because I was having a problem with FS LTL in Beyond ATC. Namely, the BATC would give me clearance to push and start, but FSLTL would then bring a plane in. Because I vacated my gate, it would bring a plane in and try to put it at my gate. We come nose to nose, and then I've got ATC telling me hold position for traffic. Well, I'm not going to go anywhere because we're nose to nose. You know, so I really don't think that that's a BATC problem, as that is an FSLTL problem. It will use the Beyond ATC can use Alpha India Group's traffic generator or fly-by-wires FSLTL. Or FS traffic from Just Flight, which that is a purchase program. And I eventually did end up buying that, and I was, you saw some of the flight models like for, Delta and what was it, Delta and Frontier, Spirit Wings, which I think Spirit's a dead company or about to die. Very bad customer service. But anyway, there is a plane. That's a problem. Holy crap, that plane's going like Mach 2. I'm doing 290 knots, and that thing just passed me like I was standing still. That must be Air Lamborghini. So, and it's a little lack of realism. And on the part of these ATCs now, Say Intentions and Beyond ATC are, they're both basically still under development. They're not. It's not a done program. What I do like though is, even though it's a subscription service, I kind of spoke out against Say Intentions because of that. But I'm using Say Intentions today, and honestly, it has a lot to it, more than what Beyond ATC has. Now, Beyond ATC, don't get me wrong, guys, it's good. Okay, I do recommend that if you buy Beyond ATC, I recommend purchasing the FS traffic. All right, your models are going to be better than what you're going to get from anybody else, and it seems to work better with Beyond ATC. All right, so since then I've had no issues with it. Beyond ATC, I say it's a one-time purchase, but I'm going to tell you too that it can be kind of a subscription as well, because you're in the vanilla version. You only get maybe 6 to 10 different voices, and it's kind of breaks the it really breaks the immersion when you're being handed off from one center to another center to another center, but you're hearing the same voice one after another after another. So that kind of breaks the immersion. Other than that, it's fine if you can get past that. If that's something that doesn't bother you, then hey, then use the vanilla version of Beyond ATC. But they do have a more advanced voice model, and that model will it's like filling the gas tank in your car is the way I do it. It's based off of per character usage, and so you buy a block of characters and you use it until all those are gone, and then it drops you back into the vanilla version until you refill that gas tank and add yourself more characters. And I think it's like in the hundreds of thousands. I've never bought any characters. I just use the vanilla version. And when you buy Beyond ATC, it comes with, I think it's like 30,000 characters. And I did use it, and yeah, I mean, it's nice. But I don't think it's as robust as Say Intentions, simply because Say Intentions, if you turn it on, which I'm going to be doing that in Say Intentions, it samples your voice and will add your voice to the radio chatter. Your voice will not be the same as what it normally is, but it does add it. So, and then there's options.
Miami Center, Sun Country 8147, 17,000.
Okay. So, and it's kind of nice.
8147, radar contact.
Like, we don't know these voices right now. I do not know if those are AI generated voices, or if those are sampled voices. So some of them you can kind of tell, okay? And okay, great. So if I wanted to, if I do say I do an annual subscription to Say Intentions, then I can actually request that my voice be sampled for tower or center use. And so I just caught something out of the corner of my eye, and I'm trying to figure out why. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the stream. But anyway, once you turn that on, you can't turn it off, okay? Because it will actually break the AI, and in short terms, it could possibly break it. So you want to think about that before you turn that on and Say Intentions.
Miami Oceanic Center, King Air 6 Lima November, flight level 330.
So
King Air 6 Lima November, radar contact.
The way I equate that is, I work at a high school, and between students and staff, we have over 2,000 people. So imagine every voice in that school being sampled and then used as pilots or air traffic control. That's pretty rich. Okay, that's a rich diversity. So your chances of hearing the same voice over and over and over again, very, very low. I'm not going to say slim. I'm going to say just very low. It could still happen, okay, but it's very low. That makes Say Intentions a much richer ATC. So now you're left with the decision of, do I want to pick up another subscription service, or do I want to just do a one-time purchase? I'm from that era of, when I started playing video games, you had to buy the game. Okay, you didn't, you're not renting it. You're buying it. Once you bought it, you had it. Had a disk that you had to install. So if you uninstalled it, you could always reinstall it at any time. And that's what I'm used to. And so, hey, I'm buying a game, but if I have to subscribe to it. In a case in point, like World of Warcraft, I will point at that game. That's a subscription service. After level 20, you have to subscribe. No, thank you. I'm against that. I play Lord of the Rings Online. That one is free to play all the way. Well, it's free to play all the way up to max level. Okay, but you're up against a paywall. So that's something that's normal. You could, and I do subscribe. I choose to subscribe to that, and I do an annual subscription because it's the cheapest way to go. It's in my, I planned it in my budget. Oh my gosh. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. So anyway, I'm looking at the same thing with Say Intentions. I can go month to month, which is under $20, or I can go 6 months. So now I'm looking at 105, for 6 months, or I think it's like 185 for a year, which makes it just under $16 a month.
Miami Center, Envoy 3538, flight level 340.
So that's
Envoy 3538, radar contact.
That's actually not that bad, if you break it out. It all depends on what you guys know your budget. So, of course, I'm not really doing a good example of it because I was able to have my co-pilot actually go through the checklist. I changed it last night. I reordered it, hoping that the AI would be able to read what I did, But I think because when I started this flight, I was coming in as SimBit World, and I did not know I needed to enter that into Say Intentions so that it could be recognized. So out of the box, Say Intentions will recognize, your standard airlines: United, American, Delta, Frontier, and so on. Um, but for the SimBit World, I usually do SimBit World. I'm looking at the banner, and I'm in, SBW 5610. It doesn't recognize the SBW. It doesn't recognize SBW as an actual airline. There is a place, I think, that I was looking at settings where I could enter that, and I did. It still wasn't recognizing it, so I need to go kind of dive in and look at how I can do that, because I do fly as SimBit World with the livery that you saw at the beginning of the stream. And because this is a pilot's life flight that I'm doing, it's the Saturday morning flight. And why do I do these Saturday morning flights? Well, simply put, I get an extra $300. I think it's $300. Yeah, an extra $300 right off the, just automatically put into my bank account, and then I get an extra 200% to my XP.
Dear guests, we are now at cruising altitude, and the cabin crew will begin our snack and beverage service shortly. We invite you to enjoy our delicious tacos and refreshing beverages from our menu. After the service, selected items from the United Airlines shop will be available for your convenience. Thank you for flying with us today.
She said tacos? I want tacos. So I've got a little more tweaks. There's a lot to tweak. There's absolutely a lot to tweak in Say Intentions, more so than there is in Beyond ATC. So if you have a favorite airport you like to fly out of, regardless of whether you're flying airliners or GA, they have a taxi tuner. So you can go find your favorite airport, and if it hasn't already been done, or you can create your own profile if it has been done.
Tem Cargo 8450, contact Miami Center on 124.7.
You can actually...
Over to Miami Center on 124.7, Tem Cargo 8450.
So you can set up the taxiways, the runways, all the parkings. You can designate which parkings belong to GA, which parkings belong to airliners, and for what size aircraft. So honestly, it's really cool. And also, the banner up above, I'm looking at, hang on, before I get to talking on that, I'm looking to see, does anybody else flying today? No, nobody on my friends list in A Pilot's Life is flying today at this time, and as well, this is broken too. I have one person flying as SBW or United. I don't know. I had that as United, so.
Miami Center, Envoy 3448, 16,000.
Envoy 3448, radar contact.
Alright, so we're still over Florida. Miami, we should be passing us somewhere out here. And then we'll be going out over the water and basically flying over a whole bunch of islands on our way to St. Martin's. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of a landing I do, what building I crash into. We will see. So at the banner at the top here, that came once again from Say Intentions. It's their stream kit. You get access to that. So if you do like to stream or record your flights, you can actually set that up. Skynet Group that's actually really cool. This is something that we are going to investigate. I will not be recording it or streaming it until we know that it works. But if you have a group of friends that you like to fly with, you can set up a flight between the group. Everybody meet at, you all sign on at the same time, get into the same airport. And the nice thing is if, and you can turn this on in Say Intentions, that if there's anybody else flying using Say Intentions in your vicinity, when they key up and get on the radio, you can hear them. All right, and they can hear you if you turn it on to share your radio calls, which is different than what I was describing before about voice sampling. So they can hear you, you can hear them. But then there's also, I dove into some of the things on this, and there's a frequency that they can put, you can get on, and through the Skynet server, you can actually talk to your friends over the radio as you're flying. So that's what they're claiming. Haven't tried it. We want to test it. This is something that we've been looking for in Microsoft Flight Sim, and the next best thing, which we haven't been
Miami
able to.
Oceanic Center, American 2703, 16000.
You know, if
American 2703 radar contact.
interesting, I'll have to make a mental know that.
Miami Center, American 2703, 17000.
American 2703 radar contact.
Plane's coming out of Miami. Anyway, something would honestly like to see is, and I've done some research, and there was some third-party stuff, and jumped through a bunch of hoops. But honestly, I would like to see to have the ability to have a friend playing first officer, or they're the pilot and you're the first officer in the same plane, working together as a group to go through the flight. You know, I don't know if 2024 has that. I don't think it does. I haven't looked into it. I don't know if any simulator has that, but it would be nice.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Center on 124.7.
Miami Center on 124.7, United 5610. Miami Center, United 5610 with you, flight level 360.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center, good afternoon.
I gotta change that. Let's see if I can get in there and make that change in the middle of this flight, or if I'm stuck with it. So aircraft call sign, default.
Envoy 4007, descend and maintain flight level 240.
Descending to flight level 240, Envoy 4007.
Oh, I can disable doing this. Okay, maybe go that way, that way, that way. Let's try that. I'm still getting the warning in the settings that it's Symbit, and it's still showing up in the banner too. So, yeah, something needs to be changed, but that's right. So anyway, going back to that, I think that would be cool. That's just my thing. That, you know, have a friend fly with you as a first officer, or they'd be the captain, and you know, and you work together as a team. That would be a cool thing. And no, I don't think we should be able to have passengers either. Okay, let's see. Menu. Atsu.
Miami Center, American 2703, 17000.
American 2703, radar contact.
.1 minute late coming off the blocks. Not bad. Still not good, not bad. Okay. Cleared that. Whatever hiccup was going on, MCD is working. My desk is working as expected, so everything's working good. So I just during that.
Hey, Captain, First Officer, would you like anything to drink or a small snack? You know, our catering team always says...
Sky High 3433, descend and maintain flight level 210, cleared for the VS2 arrival into Miami.
Descending to flight level 210. Cleared
We'll
for
take
the
a Coke.
VS2 arrival into Miami, Sky High 3433.
That's the other thing too. You're supposed to be able to talk to your cabin crew, like, hey, do you want anything to drink or eat? And you can actually have a conversation with them. You have a conversation with your co-pilot. I haven't been able to do that. Co-pilot doesn't seem to be working, but once again, I think it's because I broke the flight with the call sign. So I changed it in the settings, but I'm still seeing the error message. Anyway. So if you really want a very, very rich experience with air traffic control, and not ready, and you don't feel like you're ready to go on to VATSIM, which is where I'm at, then use for a rich experience, use Say Intentions. For a kind of a basic experience, and it's still very solid experience, but very basic, Beyond ATC. You don't want to pick up a monthly subscription, Beyond ATC. If you don't mind the monthly subscription, if you can work it into your budget, then try Say Intentions. Now, Say Intentions does have a 24-hour trial period. So, but let me explain that, because when I heard that, I'm thinking, you know what? You guys are cheap. 24 hours, not a lot of time. And that kept me from actually giving Say Intentions a try. Well, here's the thing about that 24-hour period. It doesn't start until you key up and talk to ATC. The first time you do that, that's when the 24-hour clock starts. So that gives you enough time to get into the interface, set up your account, download everything, install it, get into the interface, and play around. Look around. Your stream kit you're not going to get, your taxi tuner you're not going to get, your checklist tuner you're not going to get, but everything else you're going to get to play with and check it out. Kick the tires. See, hey, this is, you can look at it and go, hey, this is pretty cool. And you want to know taxi tuner, you want to know checklist tuner, you can go look up Say Intentions on YouTube, and they have tutorials. They have a series of tutorials for both of those, and so you can watch the tutorials to see what they, how they work and how you can manipulate. So yeah, give it a try, and then when you're ready, I would suggest either just create some short flights. One of the most common flights is from Los Angeles to San Francisco. It's about an hour and a half flight. Do a couple of those flights, go try to do a turn, and go fly back to LAX. LAX to SFO, SFO back to LAX. Do that. Get 2 flights in using Say Intentions, and make sure that you have your traffic turned all the way up so you get the full experience. I did that. I had traffic turned all the way up, and I was trying to leave San Francisco yesterday, and it was rush hour. I was last in a whole string of planes. What's up, Albino? Sorry, man. I've been here looking at all these different things, trying out new ATC. So I missed you. If I'm late coming back and saying hi, sorry about that. I apologize. How you doing? So I would, you know, for you guys, if you're catching this later, I mean, I'm very impressed. So I'm going to eat crow, and I already reached out. There was another YouTube streamer that, hey, you're being a shill. I mean, you're obviously getting something free. I'm not getting anything from Say Intentions. Okay, the only thing that I get anything from is, you know, now I'm being an affiliate with YouTube. You know, I get to pick and choose what I want to advertise, and I'm advertising. What do I say? Hey, I got my coffee for my streams. I got to have coffee. Well, I'm advertising blackout coffee. Okay, so you can get it for you can get by. Now, yes, yeah, this is a commercial, but you can get bags of coffee, or you can get K cups. I do the K cups for my Keurig. Nice thing is that when you purchase something from through my channel, you support the channel. Thank you. And you also support the troops, because Blackout Coffee, for every bag or every box of K cups, they donate coffee to the troops. So, and of course, we all know what's going on. I'm not going to get political on that. I'm just going to say, better late than never. That's it. I'm going to let it go at that. So, anyhow, so if you see advertisement for coffee, that's my choice. You know, you'll see different brands. You'll see Black Rifle Coffee, Blackout Coffee. You might see Cafe Bustelo, which is really very good if you're into espresso brand. But that's what I'm doing now. So you'll see that stuff now. Sorry, but it is what I do. I mean, anyway, I need to put timestamps on there. I don't know how late I was talking before I saw albino. I feel bad. Oh, I see why it's red. So scheduled arrival is in 2 hours and 7 minutes. And the estimated time en route is 2 hours 20 minutes. Wait, I was 1,043 nautical miles. I thought this flight was under 900. I don't know what I was looking at. But anyway, ask some questions. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know I need to get back to Run8. A lot of people are asking me to go back to Run8. And you know, I'm going to. Run8 Train Simulator, I still say it, I will say this always, is the best train simulator out there, but I have some gripes with them, namely lack of communication. I'm a big, huge person on communication, and if they're going through development, you know, and they're developing something new, hey, we're working on something new. That's all you gotta say. Be patient. I know you haven't seen any new DLCs, any new car packs. It's because we're working on something new and it's taking time, you know. And you don't have to go into a lot of details about what you're doing. Just it's taking time. We know we're still here. We're still working. You know, other than because I mean, honestly, if it's not growing, people are going to start thinking that, okay, you guys are walking away from it. So if you're walking away from it, I'm going to walk away from it. So, you know, and you don't have to be like super keep it close to your chest, because trust me, you know, everybody else is moving forward. So if you're moving forward, then just let the community know. All right, I'm going to go into, I'm going to look at my MCDU here. Progress page. We are going to, I need to get this up. So TNCM, and we are right now expecting runway 10. So this says I have 973 nautical miles to go. And banner showing 977, so it's not that far off. All right, let me go ahead and do some flight planning here as I get into, because it's going to be an RNAV flight, so I got the approach via in. GPS is high, good, okay. QNH needs to be accurate for performance, so we're going to go into performance page. Oops. Alright. And I'm looking, oops, I don't want to do that. So currently, alright, so the QNH there is currently 1019. Okay, so only in the United States do we use inches of mercury. So I'm going to be changing on standard, changing to hecto. Everybody else is using hectopascals. And it's interesting because they actually say that they know inches of mercury is more accurate. But the world's using hectopascals. The United States is the last holdout. We don't do anything, or barely do anything in metric. Our temperature we're looking at there is 28 Celsius. And with the winds are, 11 knot winds at 11. Okay, and I need to okay, we're going into 10. RNAV 10. 700 is the barrel. Alright, that doesn't change, so that part is set. Okay. Okay, there's Maypot. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing now. Lasor is there. D-cell is there. Okay. Sluggo is 87 miles from top of descent. Add 40, so that's 127 nautical miles from Sluggo. That gives me 40 nautical mile buffer before top of descent. So
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Center on 125.7.
Miami Center on 125.7, United 5610. I'm going with my call sign because that didn't. I changed some stuff and it didn't change. So I think it's because I'm already in flight here. All right, let me get to the radio. Miami Center, United 5610, flight level 360.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center identified. Good afternoon.
So, yeah, so I'm using the call sign that I put in a pilot's life. Not a pilot's life, but in SimBrief, which was United 5610. But I confused Say Intentions and Skyhawk. They think so. They're using a call sign that would be for a Cessna. I'm not a Cessna, and it doesn't recognize the SBW for SymBit world, which is what my actual call sign is for this flight. So yeah, it's kind of confusing. I'm trying to keep it straight in my head. All right, Sluggo, we're going to go ahead and let's go back to what we were doing. I'm going to go ahead and enter Sluggo there. I said 127 nautical miles. There, we can actually insert the waypoint. So that's what the arrow means right there. I can either leave it and it'll be a blue circle around the waypoint, extending out from the Sluggo waypoint, or if I insert it, there it is, insert it. So there's the waypoint I just injected. So, and that's, we have 29 nautical miles from that injected waypoint into jets. So, and then 11 from jets, add those together, that's 40 nautical miles to top of descent. So that's, by seeing that waypoint, that's my reminder that I need to start looking at all my performance data to hopefully get the RNAV right. The VIA, I want to look at that. Okay, the VIA is Sluggo. Okay, good. All right, so that's what I'm looking at. So the VIA is Sluggo. So, which means that I am, oops, wrong way. Let's go this way. So there's Sluggo. I need to pass over Sluggo at flight level, 11,900. And with a high rate of GPS, which I should, I'm out over the water, so there should be nothing, no clouds or anything. And it will be a interesting, so let's see. I want to go back to here. Sorry, I'm just reading through the panel here. One 700. Okay. And okay, I think we're good. I think we're set. So RNAV is a little bit different than ILS. It's ILS is a very precision landing. RNAV, not considered precision, but it's based off of GPS.
Center, Avianca 246, flight level 360. Avianca 246, radar contact.
Avianca. Nassau. Look at that water. I've never had that. That water is just gorgeous. It's amazing. Excuse me as I jump out the window to go play in the water for about a second. All right. Anyway, all right. Estimated transit point coming up. So we're almost halfway there. It's been a while since I've done an RNAV, so I'm kind of making sure all my I's are dotted, T's are crossed, all that kind of good stuff. think I'm set. Let's do. So we're going to be coming in 10. Coming in, we'll be coming in this way. Landing 7,000 foot landing. And then we will most likely, if we don't make Foxtrot runway for the F apron, we'd have to go all the way down to the end of the runway, turn around, taxi back, then get off at Foxtrot and taxi in. And we have A1, A2, A3, A4, B right here, or we have around these light poles that they're marking. We have the C where we're parking there. So right now I'm not seeing anything. That's what I like about Say Intentions too. It actually gives me a heads up as to, like, top of descent is 104 minutes away. So got a ways to go before top of descent, and then as I get closer into the runway, it would actually tell you on their panel on the interface what your gate is. So, and Beyond ATC doesn't do that. I mean, so there's so much richness to this, and it's hard to believe that this started as a father-son team. So, and there's updates constantly. I mean, I've been testing this for the last 3 days. And in the last 3 days, I think there's been at least 6 updates, and small little fixes, but they've got people constantly working on it. So it's not just the father-son team. There's a constant number of people working on it. So there's a pretty, I mean, I don't know what I was trying to say there, but I mean, there's a team. So the subscription per service, you know what, if you're helping to, and I don't fault people for getting wealthy. I really don't. I mean, they're smarter than me. Okay. Don't ever fault anybody for making money and being successful at it. In fact, if anything, don't be jealous. Copy them. Figure out what they're doing and do the same thing. If that's something you're into, whatever it is that you're into, if somebody's very successful at it and they're making money, figure out how they did it and copy them. You know, you don't have to come up with something original. So anyway, that's my take. And if this father and son team came out with a good product, and if they're making money, good on them. You know, they're employing people because they have a team, a constant string of people that are making updates. So good on them. You know, let's help them out. You know, we can help somebody out by putting a roof over their head and put food on their table. Good on them. You know, good on us. So, but it's definitely a richer environment. All right, let's see. What am I doing here? Okay, so, hey, good for you. I'm glad you don't have a headache. I did. I woke up with a headache, but that's because I stayed up late last night, like going over and redoing my checklist and Say Intentions. So that gave me a headache. I'm waiting for Jason to get on to see if he has time today. He was going to check because, I mean, they're expecting a blizzard where he lives. That's so funny. He's expecting a blizzard, and we're looking at 90 degrees temperature where I live here. So, but anyway. Oh, back's hurting me, though. I got to go get an x-ray done on my back so I can get an MRI. That just goes. You can always ask a question, whether I answer or not.
JetBlue 2922, flight level 360.
And I may have to stop in the middle of my answer if I get called by
contact.
ATC. How's the audio, by the way, Albino? Is it too loud, too soft? Is it just right? That's my question to you. So while I'm waiting for Albino to ask his question, I would just want to put it out there, guys. If you want to come fly with us, I would love to add more friends to Pilot's Life. If you use Say Intentions, then we can try the group thing. I'm down for that. I'd like to see more members from the channel flying. If you do fly, I know there's a lot of people that play the train simulators. They're also flight simulators, so there's a lot of people out there that are like me. Oh, thanks for letting me know the audio is perfect. Why am I always so... I can be mean to you if you want, Albino. No, it's just it's really just the way, I mean...
Avianca 246, radar contact.
I will tell you that when I was younger, I was a very rude person. Very rude person. And it took a lot... How am I going to phrase this? Quite frankly, I made a decision in my life because I wanted to change.
Envoy 4110, descend and maintain 17,000 feet.
Who was that? Was that?
17,000. Envoy 4110.
So, and I every once in a while, that little biting, sarcastic tongue that I had way back in the day, it pops up. It's still there. It's never gone. It's kind of like, honestly, it's like being an alcoholic. Once you're an alcoholic, you're always going to be an alcoholic. Even if you stop drinking, you're still an alcoholic. If you're addicted to cigarettes and you give them up, you're still always going to be addicted to cigarettes. So, and for me, it's the same thing. I mean, I had very sarcastic tongue, and it came from thinking that I had to, in order to get along with people, I had to be the funny guy. Okay, and being the funny guy was cutting people down. And I had some very good friends, and I can look back on it. I had some very good friends that I lost, and they don't talk to me anymore because of the way I was. So why am I always so nice to you? Why? I mean, this is what I do. I mean, even when I'm at work and talking to the students, I'm not patting myself on the back, but I do get told that I'm the most chill staff member that the students want to deal with. And it's because, well, number one, I treat my students like they're my own kids. Okay, and if you've ever heard me in like some of the live streams I've done with my daughter, and now my son's getting a PC, so you're gonna have my son.
Delta Bravo, descend and maintain altitude 11,000 feet.
Nope, not us.
Down to 11,000. Molly 7 Delta Bravo.
So that's where it comes from. But like I said, I had to make a change in my life. A lot of things needed to change in my life, and I made a decision. And it's been a journey. It's been an interesting journey. And then I can look back and I can see where the changes have taken place and things have gotten better, and it can always get better. So why am I always so kind towards you? It's not just you, Albino. This is how I am I try to be like this toward everybody, So there's my answer. How's that for an answer, buddy? Oh, we slowed down a lot. We got a tailwind. Okay, I get it. You want to post your first video? I think you should. You know, one of the interesting things, and this is from my perspective only, is when I go back and I look at some other streamers out there that are bigger than me, okay, and I see their first videos, and then I look at their last videos, and you can see how they've changed over the course of their video career. Me, I just keep stuff raw. I mean, there's people out there that will edit their videos to the nth degree because they want to be shown as perfect. Honestly, I think it's, from my perspective, it's...
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Center on 124.525.
Contact Miami Center on 124.525, United 1516. Oh, 1516. 5610. I got that so wrong. He's going to call back and call me back again. Oh no, I got it. It took it. So the AI is very forgiving with Say Intentions, because trust me, I would be getting yelled at on VATSIM for that, and that's why I'm practicing, because I want to get to VATSIM. Miami Center, United 5610, flight level 360. Good afternoon.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center identified. Good afternoon.
So if you guys are just joining me on this, why am I saying one call sign, they're saying another, and then there's, trust me, and there's a third one in my flight plan. So, and it's because I confused the heck out of Say Intentions, and that's my fault. So, anyway, I am flying United today. So, in the livery for the 500th A320 in the Battleship Gray. I like this livery. So if I can find this livery without that 500th A320, but that's what came, and it was installed through the Phoenix installer. But yeah, I can't wait till A Pilot's Life they get that issue resolved for the new tolless A340, because that's going to be my new medium to long haul plane. So I'm using in 2024. I can fly 2024, and maybe I should just start doing it more often. But I'm not one to go to it just because it's the newest, latest, greatest, and I know that there's been a lot of updates to it, and they've advertised big update coming for 2024, and we're resolving these issues, but we're going to create these issues, and it's 2020 solid. My biggest thing is that it's I just need a bigger computer, and now I'm just waiting for prices to come down. So anyway, we'll see what happens with that. So going back to what we were talking about, Albino, just do it. I'm just going to tell you, I mean, yeah, the only thing that you have to fear is fear itself. That was a bad imitation of that voice, but anyway, that's it. It's you. I mean, don't be afraid. Just do it. And you're gonna have the trolls. There are gonna be trolls out there. And was the biggest thing is the trolls sometimes would get to me. You just, if somebody trolls you, it's your choice. Block them. Don't block them. But I would ignore them. Either way, just ignore them. Ignore the trolls. They'll stop. They raise their ugly head every once in a while, and I just ignore them and they go away. So, but yeah, don't be, just do it and talk. Don't. I mean, one of the biggest things, there's some very good videos out there, but the person who's posting the video isn't talking at all. And that's where I didn't see your initial post until I don't know how long it was after. Absolutely I will. So we can talk about that later. I'm one too that if there's another person, like for my daughter, she will stream live. you know what? Let's get in there and I'll set you up so people can hear you on my channel. Let's have a conversation while you're streaming, and I'll advertise while I'm streaming. I'll advertise your stream, you know. But I also have the caveat: we have to be doing the same thing. So, like right now, I'm in flight sim. If you're flying and I'm flying and you're streaming and I'm streaming, hey, you know what? Let's get in and use Discord and have a conversation so everybody can hear us. Or better yet, if it works, still haven't tested it, but if you use Say Intentions, get into the group, set up a group, and we can test to see if that frequency works to where we're actually talking to each other over the radio. So that could be a unique thing, and that's what I'm hoping to get around to testing today. Something that I do want to do is I'm trying to get with somebody. They work nights, so they're sleeping right now, but I'm hoping, because they want to do Flight Simulator, but they're having a problem with their Xbox account, so I'm going to try to see if I can help them get past that, and to get that support. Even if not, help them get the support ticket in so they can try to recover the account. You know, and worst case scenario, you're making a new account and starting fresh. So, but it all depends. I don't know how many games he's got through Xbox. I don't buy games through Xbox at all. I had an Xbox for about a minute, and I gave it to my son, and he used the heck out of it. So, good on him. Oh, you know what? Thanks for letting me know. The thumbnail was supposed to have changed. No, I got to get back to run. My servers are still up and running, but I do need to get back to Run8. So now I need to go change the thumbnail. That's what happens when I got up at like 4 o'clock this morning and started. I didn't want to go back to bed. Not even a full cup of coffee when I set everything up. So I'll fix the thumbnail later. Thanks for letting me know. So I've been playing a lot of different stuff too. It's like Last Caretaker. I've done that. I got to record episode 9 and 10 this weekend for Satisfactory. That one's been fun. I'm playing the heck out of that. Let's see, the new one that I've been playing with my son, my daughter, and my son-in-law is Helldivers 2. So that one's been challenging. In fact, we're looking for more people for Helldivers. Well, I got 4. We got with my 2 kids and my son-in-law. We got 4 there. But then I have another group that I'm a part of. It's just only me and one other guy, and there's 2 teachers that I work with that say they want to play, but they're never available. So I've already told them. I said, hey, if the party's not full, you guys are welcome in. But if it's full, it's full. So both these guys, though, I understand both of them have newborns. So speaking of newborns, I am the Lazy Farmer, and I am officially a grandfather as of February 1st. By the way, it's been a while since I announced it. I haven't even announced that on my channel, but yeah, I'm a brand new grandfather. I have a grandson, so proud of that. So proud of my daughter. So I'm not, I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to let out too much, but yeah, no, I'm just proud of him. And it's a good looking kid. He really is. So now I just got to wait, see if my son decides he ever gets married. And then hopefully he, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So we're just cruising. All we're doing. Monitoring systems, flight planning in my head. Airbus simple. If nothing's lit, it's good. Oh, let's get, but we can get back. Miami Oceanic is where we're in right now. Little money shot again. Actually, I think I might do. Take a screenshot. Oh, take that screenshot right there. I'll put that as the thumbnail. How's that, albino? It'll be interesting to see where we go, because I know next week we will be taking off from St. Martin's. I don't know where we will go, though. The voting doesn't start until tomorrow, I think. Because we have the Sunday flight, which is their Sunday flight is the round the world flight. This Saturday flight's been in Europe for like months, and it's been bouncing around like a lot of the same airports. Now it's finally over here, and it came down through the U.S. and now we're going down to St. Martin. So we'll see where it goes from St. Martin's, and that's actually why I ended up getting the Inabuild's A330, and we'll fly that on the well, it's not, I didn't get it, it's a default plane on 24, but I got that one because it's being a medium range plane. I can do like some 8-hour flights, and that was coming from Dublin to JFK was like 6.5, 7 hours. So that was an entire day of flying. And that one, yeah, I go through and make sure that failures are turned off, start the flight. Once I get past transition, I know I'm good. I walk away. I know those flights I don't even use Beyond ATC or Say Intentions or the Flight Sim ATC. I don't even turn. I am the ATC guy, and I just walk away. I do stuff around the house, come back, check on it, go do stuff around the house, come back, check on it, go watch something on Netflix, go back to, what is it, Nifeles, I think is like, which is a German company. It's kind of like Legos. I'm building a turbofan model from one of those, so I might work on that. Just a variety of different things. Nice weather out here. In fact, I need to, this weekend, I need to work on my bike, change the brakes, adjust the brakes, wash it, so stuff like that. So it'll be a busy weekend. Smooth flight, no flutter in the wings. Yesterday I flew, was it San Francisco to Denver, going over the Rockies. It was just, I mean, I was getting kicked around. Alright, back inside again. It's cold out there. Still coming up to the halfway. We're not even at halfway point yet. radio chatter from Say Intentions is quiet simply because I have it turned on that if there was anybody, it's historical, if there was anybody around in my vicinity over the last few days talking to ATC or, you know, tower and like that, that would actually be played. But apparently, it being as quiet as it is, I don't think that there was anybody. Can I go in and change that while I'm in the middle of this? Okay, let's see. Not that.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Center on 127.225.
That would be me. Minimize this. Contact Miami Center on 127.225. United 5610. Miami Center, United 5610 with you at flight level 360. Good afternoon.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center identified. Hi.
I got a high. That's cool. So I did change that in the settings. I got rid of that Skyhawk, but apparently it's stuck there. Those changes don't take effect until, you know, I get out of this flight and start a new flight. So, oh well. Yeah, I see what you're saying here. Can I get in and... I can't change... Can I change details? Oh wait, there it is. Hold on. I can't change the thumbnail until I actually finish this. I didn't think so. It was worth a look. So I'm flying in a CSX locomotive. Once again, I make the mistake so you don't have to. There you go. I'm just saying. Alright. Close that out. Don't need that up. I think tomorrow I might have to do a live stream on Run8. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, guys. Don't hold me to it. .647 nautical miles according to the banner. 642, it's only 5 miles off. So, very close. I'll go with this. What's in the MCDU? another hour, hour and a half. What the banner's saying. So this is pretty much what I'm looking at on my other monitor. But it's this, like, there's a problem with these buttons over tap, but that's the warning that it doesn't like the call sign. And it's, yeah, it's not. That's not the call sign I want to go by, but anyway, it is what it is. So we'll muddle through. Radar contact, yes. Transponder on. That's 70 minutes remaining. I'm just gonna chill, ask questions, eat crow. Yeah, I started to say earlier, I don't think I finished my thought on that. On the eating crow part, is that there was a rather big YouTuber for flight sim that advertises Say Intentions a lot, and of course I like Beyond ATC. Don't get me wrong, but I kind of gave him a bad time because here he is advertising this subscription service. You know, hey, you're just doing it so you can get free time. Well, you know what? That was wrong on me. Because if he does have it, they offered that to him. Honestly, I'm not saying I want that offer, but if they offered it to me, I'd take it to get free time. But it is what it is. And so it was yesterday, day before, I went to his channel and posted a video, and not posted a video, but I actually said, man, I'm here to apologize. I finally gave Say Intentions a try. I like it, and I think it might be worth a subscription fee. So I know I gave you a bad time. I'm just here to say I'm sorry. And then there was a video. Well, he had a video the day before, and this was before I took the time to do the 24-hour trial. And people we're talking, hey, why do this when you can do Beyond ATC? There's no subscription service. And then after I did the free trial and discovered what I discovered, I went back and said, hey, because I agreed with them. I got thumbs up and likes. And I came back and said, hey guys, I'm walking this one back. I finally did I did the free trial, and y'all need to go do it. Okay, just don't key up ATC. And if you haven't done the free trial, kick the tires. You might like what you see, because I certainly do. And it's changed my thought that, go month to month. That's $20. Okay, so that's one less hamburger I buy. Which is good. I could eat less hamburgers. Need to. My right engine is not stable. I noticed it was fluttering like that. It's not fluttering a lot, but left one's been solid, but the right one, just possibly also be a glitch in the in this particular livery, because there's a lot inside the that's on how the plane will function is based on the livery as well too. So there's so much. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's not really hurting anything at this time. I say that, and the plane will pitch over and nosedive into the water. But hey, we all wanted to go swimming anyway. But anyway, so I did that. That's my crow. I'm saying that I went back and yeah, I made my apologies, and I think some of the likes that I was given have been taken back down from my statements. But the truth is what the truth is. You know, I mean, if you like Beyond ATC, great. I like Beyond ATC. I think I like Say Intentions better. You know, Beyond ATC is still under development. So, and they made some good changes toward it. Same with Say Intentions, still under development, and every day they update every day. So I don't know. I'm just repeating myself, but if you're just joining me, that's where I'm at. Let's see, any new updates since we started this flight? Nope. Nothing new. They've had one 12 hours ago, 23 hours ago, 1 day ago, 1, 2, 3 in the last day, 2, and it's all small stuff too. It's all stuff that they can change on their end without us having to re-download software. That's convenient. You can do SkyOps missions, life flight missions. You can fly. They have commercial routes that you can fly. There's an app. I even put Say Intentions even has an app for my iPhone. So you got to work, and on break and lunch, I go in and I was actually adjusting my checklist on my phone. I didn't have to be at my computer. That's nice. Beyond ATC doesn't even have a checklist feature. You know, and I couldn't get it to work because I broke it, but I could actually have my first officer read through the checklist as I'm checking everything off, or I can give it to the first officer and have them do everything. And in a high fidelity model like the Phoenix, it'll flip switches. Groupie. Who's in the groupies today? There's one person from the Say Intentions team, as a matter of fact, doing the Orient Express departure out of RKSI, arrival RJBB. That's in 1 day. That is planned for Sunday, tomorrow, at 6 p.m. my time. Oh, they actually even post it on Zulu time, so it references to my local time. I like that. Estimated flight time, 1 hour, 17 minutes. So far, 1 participant, so I could actually put something up. Skynet Groupie. Plan and coordinate flights with friends using Skynet Groupie. Please note, Say Intentions ATC does not sequence multiplayer users at this time. This planner is designed for coordinating with small groups of friends, not for large event planning. But I like that. Does not sequence multiplayer users at this time. Implying that they're working on it. Maybe. Alright. Let's see. We got Deserted Island coming up here. Oops. I don't want that. Looks like some kind of a runway right there. This nice bay. Nice perfectly round bay right there. Okay, that right there, honestly, I bet you at some time back in ancient history, as perfectly round as that is, that might have been a meteor strike right there. I'm just thinking.
Miami Center, Island Waves 231, flight level 220.
Ooh, very low audio on that radar, on that radio. That's real world. Let's see, get assistance. What do we got here? Knowledge base, FAQ, technical support is on their Discord. So Say Intentions does all their technical stuff on their Discord channel, and they're very, very good at it. Billing related issues, there's an email for that. So need help choosing product questions or technical assistance, start with the knowledge base, then Discord. For billing and payment questions, do email. General support is through Discord. Learning Center, getting started, your first flight. Oh no, interesting. Why did I choose this? Take off from Truckee Tahoe Airport, fly a brief loop around the reservoir, and then back to Truckee for landing. This is a great way to get your feet wet with ATC and learn the basics of flying with ATC. Interesting. Your second flight, pattern work at KSB. You'll have a blast flying patterns in this one. Learn the basics of ATC comms when doing closed traffic. San Luis Obispo is perfect for this type of flying as it's towered, not super busy, and has a fantastic scenery. This is all local to me. Holy crap. I'm excited by that. Get flight following the right way. Flight following is a great way to get ATC services when flying VFR. This video shows how to do it the right way, what to expect, how and what to say, and how to get the most out of it. Class Delta arrivals. Learn how to arrive at a towered Class D airport. Class Bravo departures. Bravo airspace can be extremely intimidating to even experienced pilots, but they're not as hard as it sounds, and Say Intentions is a great place to practice. Interesting. I may be reviewing this in my free time. Knowledge base. Oh yeah, basic interface. General questions, pricing and billing, checklists.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Oceanic Center on 123.775.
Miami Oceanic Center on 123.775, United 5610. Miami Oceanic, this is United 5610 with you at flight level 360. Good afternoon.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Oceanic Center identified. Good afternoon.
What was I? Oh, I was looking at the knowledge base. What can I learn today? What are Copilot checklists? Your friendly AI Copilot can finally help you run the checklist. The Copilot, which it did, I just broke it. Can the Copilot manage the aircraft settings? Yes, you can add VARs, VRS, to your checklist. See below for more information. How much does it cost? It's included with your premium subscription. Do I need to use Checklist Tuner, or are there pre-built checklists available? Some of the most popular aircraft in our network already have global default checklists ready to go. Simply open the checklist tab in the Say Intentions desktop app and start using them. If you like to customize your checklist or your aircraft doesn't yet have a global default, you can use Checklist Tuner to browse and clone. There is a community catalog, and there's a lot of checklists in there. I looked. Or you can create your own from scratch. Are the checklists just pre-recorded? No, each checklist is read and managed in real time by your AI co-pilot. Nothing is pre-recorded. You are interacting with an AI, not a recording. Okay, the co-pilot response is fast. We recognize there's room for improvement here, and we'll continue to do whatever the technology allows to improve response times. So they're under constraints. Why does my co-pilot sometimes misunderstand me? In order to make the checklist response times as fast as possible, we removed our Layer 2 AI speech recognition that you normally get with...
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Miami Center on 126.45.
Hey, Captain. First officer, would you like it?
Miami Center on 126.45, United 5610. No, thank you. I'm talking to ATC. Leave me alone. Miami Center, this is United 5610 with you. Flight level 360. Good afternoon.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center identified. Hello.
Hello. Hi. I asked for a Coke about an hour ago. You haven't brought it. See, they're still not responding to my intercom, and once again, I should be in the knowledge base, look that up to figure out how to interact. So, which could make it fun, because actually one of the voices you can get is Cartman, and he's set for funny. So, you could have this funny interaction with Cartman as cabin crew. That could actually also be very dangerous. Can I put anything on one on my checklist? Yes, as long as it's related to operation of aircraft. Oh, I was reading the other one too. They removed our layer 2 speech recognition that you normally get with ATC. This means you'll need to speak slower and more clearly to get accurate responses. As the technology improves, we will reduce improvements whenever possible. If the speech recognition is too challenging, we recommend using mouse clicks and mapped buttons for checklist interaction. Instead, we will still create a fantastic experience, which will still create, okay, blah, 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 blah. Can I build my own checklist? Yes. Can I put anything? I want my checklist. Yes, as long as it's related to your operation of the aircraft. How does it know which checklist to use? A checklist repository will be linked to your flight based on your aircraft ICAO code. Interesting. I didn't see anything like that when I was modifying my checklist. Can I share my checklist with everyone else? Yes. Once you create an amazing checklist, you will be able to share that checklist with everyone. Can I change the way the co-pilot pronounces things? Yes, this is part of the checklist editor. The co-pilot doesn't understand me clearly. How can I make it work better? In order to make the checklist as responsible as possible, we remove some of the normal AI functions. Another important tip is to hold down the intercom PTT button for about 1 second before you start talking. That's typical radio standard. We have that. We use radios where I work, and there's people who get on there, and by the time they'll key up, and they'll be halfway through their sentence before the system is letting what they're saying go out. And it's like, okay, you only gave about half of what you said. So always just simple basic radio etiquette. Just hold the button, wait a second, and then start talking. I do that in ham radio. How long do I have to complete a checklist item before the co-pilot moves on? It depends on the type of checklist. See below for all the different options. What things can I say? What checklists are available? I'd like to run the engine start, available landing, etc. checklist. Cancel the checklist. Start over. Uncheck, yes, it's set, okay, or any other acknowledgement phrase will work to move to the next item. So if it's a positive phrase, it'll move on. If it's a negative phrase, they will tell you, okay, I'll wait until it's ready. What if I don't know how to do things on the checklist? In order to keep the checklist responsive as fast as possible, Copilot cannot answer any questions. Assign a mentor to your second intercom and ask them. I'll be happy to explain the procedure, where it is, and why it's important, or anything else you want to know. Interesting. Oh, they'll be able. So I can put mentor. I can assign a mentor. I need to assign cabin crew. I've got it to go to the cabin crew, but I need to assign a cabin crew. Okay. Does it support checklists for abnormal operations, emergencies, cold weather, etc.? Yes, all the checklist types are supported. How do I set this up? Set up a Copilot on one of your intercom channels. Read more about how to do this here. Oh, that is a link. Okay. Then there's the user tuner guide. Let's go here. To activate this feature, choose a Copilot. Choose a Copilot intercom passenger by going to Settings and Intercom, selecting Channel 1 or 2, and picking a Copilot. So which setting? There's two different settings pages. So let's go take a look. And I just happened to look at the navigation display. Earlier on in the video, if you're just joining me now, I had injected my own waypoint in. There's the waypoint that I injected where I'm pointing at with the cursor. Let's get in a little bit closer. So as we look at the navigation display right here, that is the waypoint that I injected. That is approximately 40 nautical miles from top of descent. So, but we have a ways to go because this is the 0 here. This is 160. This is 320. So what I do to go over real quick is I keep an eye on that, and when this waypoint passes the 160 mark, you know, this is 160 on the range setting right here for the navigation display. So when it passes 160, I change this to 160, which then moves it back out, and I watch it come back down again. And half of 160 is 80, so this ring here will be the 80. I will then move it to the 80 once it passes that, and then 40 and 20 and 10 and so on. And by the time we get down to that, we're in the process of landing. So we'll see how it goes. Last couple of flights I did with Say Intentions, they gave me heads up what my way before that 40-mile-an-hour mark, what my barometric pressure was, what where our altimeter is, what runway I can expect. Well, we only have one runway here unless they make us come the other way. A variety of different, they give you a lot of information, and then they will give you a heads up. We will, we will call you in 20 minutes to start your descent, is what they told me the day before. It was, we'll start your descent in 20 minutes, or if you're ready to go before that, call us and let us know. So they give you some options, which I don't get that in Beyond ATC. So once again, another plus. All right, let's see. I was going to go to settings. It said, I'm talking about what I'm doing. I'm not showing it because for some reason, like the panel here, I can't stream that. I don't know. I think that might be by design. All right, so yes, we now support the ability to tune the comms over to your Copilot while at cruise. To activate this feature, choose a Copilot. Choose a Copilot intercom passenger as your intercom passenger by going to Settings, then Intercom, selecting Channel 1 or 2, and picking a Copilot. Okay, so let's see. If I go to Settings here, this Settings, because there's this setting. So okay, if I go choose that, there's nothing here. And I know if I go to the other settings, it does say if I go to audio, it says go to here. So, I know I saw it somewhere. Don't want to make any changes there. Let's go back to this one. Settings. So if I go to audio, audio controls can be found in the main application primary settings page. So I'm on secondary settings. Oh, intercoms. Here we go. Oh, okay. Intercom co-pilot. Cabin crew. What is set for cabin crew? And it's supposed to be Lisa from Chicago. Okay, so that's channel number 2. Channel number 3 is PA to the passengers. Okay, so that's right. Hello, Lisa, can you hear me? So I'm getting nothing. Go back here. Intercom, push to talk, channel 2. Okay. Oh, that was on channel 3. Okay. And then this one, I need to delete this one. I think I see why. And then channel 3 is just general intercom to passengers. There we go. Right. Sign. Okay. So if we do this, then let's try this again. No, it doesn't want to work. Okay, why are you being finicky with me? Oh, it's gone. How did that disappear? Okay. PTT channel 2. There we go. PTT channel 3. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's get it. Hello, Lisa, can you hear me?
Copy, Captain. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes! Awesome. Can we get soda up here at the flight deck?
Understood, Captain. We'll bring soda to the flight deck now.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's cool.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, that's awesome. I wonder if I could hit on her. Be like Raj from Big Bang Theory and start having an affair with Siri. Alright, so that fixed that, and then this other button I have set should be to our passengers. Hello, this is your captain speaking. I just want to let you know that we're flying at 36,000 feet. It's been a great flight so far. We don't see any turbulence or any problems ahead, and we should be into St. Martin's in just under an hour. And thank you for flying with United. There you go. And the passengers are not going to respond. Alright, let's see what we got here. There are going to be 10 monster trucks at Virginia Beach this year. Can I tell you all 10 monster trucks ever? Yeah. Awesome. No, that's fine. You can tell me that. I'm like, and excuse me for not responding. I'm going through the knowledge base. So I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to share that knowledge base with people that have not used to Say Intentions. and being able, I mean, that's something that, once again, Beyond ATC doesn't have. It's what makes Say Intentions that much more richer. I don't know. I just really I'm actually having a lot of fun. All right, so it says here, choose a co-pilot. Choose a co-pilot as your intercom passenger. Assign a PTT button to that intercom, and tell the co-pilot to handle the comms. Once you're in the air, just squeeze your intercom PTT button and say, you handle the comms now. The co-pilot will now automatically respond to handover requests, change frequencies, check in with the next controller. Few things to keep in mind. This is IFR only, which is what we're doing.
Captain, here's your Coke. I hope it gives you the energy boost you need. You know, our coffee is so good it could wake up a sleeping taco.
Ha! Did you say taco?
Yes, Captain. I love tacos. Would you like one?
Oh, Lisa, I would love a taco.
Understood, Captain. I will bring a taco to the flight deck now.
I'm getting tacos and sodas at the flight deck. Oh, that's funny. Alright. The co-pilot can only handle comms using COM 1. The co-pilot can only handle readbacks and check-ins. The co-pilot cannot fly the plane. Well, yeah. Co-pilot cannot handle checklists. The COM delay will use it. Okay, well, it only works while you're in the air. Only exception to the above is that the co-pilot can call and get your IFR clearance for you if you ask them to. Oh, that's cool. Also, if you plan to be away from the simulator for an extended period of time while you're at cruise, you can also just close the app while you're away. Reopening the app will resume your flight from wherever you happen to be. Oh, that's good to know too. So, like I was talking before, I do these long flights. You know, I can still use ATC, and then, okay, I want to go do stuff around the house. I can go close the app and then just let, you know, hey, check everything out. And as I start to get closer, that's another reason why I put that waypoint, those waypoints in like I do. Let's see. Tailgater, Smashosaurus, Dirt Crude Dozer, Blockhead, Maximus, Saigon Shaker, Airmail, Haymaker, and Frostbite are all the monster trucks going to be at Virginia Beach this year. I think Tailgater was there. Smashosaurus, I think, was here in California. I think he was parked up by one of the pizza parlors. You know, that's something I've never been to, was a monster truck rally. I've been to drag races. I've been to NASCAR races. I've been to kart. I'd like to go to a Formula One. Used to be passionate about that sport, not so much anymore.
Captain, I just wanted to let you know that the taco is on its way to the flight deck. I hope it makes your day a little tastier. You know, they say our catering is so good, it could make a taco jealous.
Lisa, thank you very much. Can't wait.
Copy, Captain. Enjoy your flight.
You want to go get tacos in St. Martin?
Absolutely, Captain.
Oh,
Tacos in St. Martin sound amazing.
Oh, awesome. Looking forward to it. Oh, this is great. I got a date with an AI person.
Copy, Captain. I'm looking forward to it too.
That's funny. That's funny. Oh, and that's not even a funny one. That's a professional one. I chose that one. She's, you know, Lisa from Chicago, professional. So, I think they do. They put a lot of interesting work into those monster trucks, Albino. I mean, it's I thought my hobbies were expensive. But if you're good at what you do, you can make some good money. So, all right. Let's see. We have Zyber, Yaya, Bino, and then my waypoint. And my waypoint's come up to the 160.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu. Contact Miami Center on 123.775.
Center on 123.775, United 5610. Miami Center, this is United 5610 with you at 360. Good afternoon.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Miami Center identified. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. The ones that also crack me up too is when I talk to ATC on here and it's a question, it'd be like, good afternoon? What, you're not sure? You don't have windows? You can't look out and see that it's afternoon? You don't have a watch? Alright, what else can I learn from the knowledge base? That would actually fix a small issue. Alright, let's see. What is this? Can I run this in offline mode on my own computer? Service manually multiple high-end AI machine learning. Oh, okay, I understand the question and what they're saying. Basically, the AI is on their servers. They want to know if they can run this offline. In other words, set up their own ATC server with this. And no, you can't, because it's the amount
Miami
of
Oceanic Center, Frontier Flight 90104, flight level 380.
this is the problem we have right now with everything being so expensive in the computers, is because with all the AI data centers being built, yeah, it's the price of it. I haven't looked at the price of memory, but I mean, like I said, that's the biggest hold up for me. Is I run 64 gigabytes of memory. I've got DDR4, fine, okay. I went looking for a motherboard that can still handle DDR4 and maybe handle a 14th gen Intel processor, and I would be happy with that for now. Those motherboards, everybody went and did the same thing that I thought of, and those motherboards have jacked up in price, and now you can't find them anymore or have a hard time finding them. Or if you do, it's usually a rebuild. I don't want to go down that road. It might be a fine if it's rebuilt by like ASUS, but if it's rebuilt by Bob's Computer Service, no, I'm not going to go there. So, alright, so now I'm looking at the new Ultras. Okay, which means I gotta get a new motherboard that handles DDR5 only and go with, you know, an Ultra. The Ultra chips are fairly reasonable. The motherboards are fairly reasonable. It's the memory. I mean, 64 gigabytes of DDR5 memory a little over a year ago was only $60, and I had massive sticker shock one day when I looked and saw that the price was up to $1,500. I'm not going to pay that. That's freaking highway robbery, and they probably do that because companies are going to pay that because they're going to make money back on their data centers. So your chip manufacturers are jacking the price up. I wanted to go.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact San Juan Oceanic Center on 121.7.
San Juan Oceanic Center on 121.7, United 5610. And change over. San Juan Oceanic Center, this is United 5610 with you at flight level 360. Good day.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, San Juan Oceanic Center identified. Ola.
Okay, that's the first time I've heard the same voice back to back. Okay, so I was expecting a different voice. I was also wanting to see if it was going to be a voice that had maybe an accent to it. I got no and no. I got the same voice, so maybe it's where I'm at. That's the first time, but hey, that's all right. All right, so that waypoint is now transitioning 160 miles. So if you watch the knob right there, I'm actually going to turn it on my desk, and you can see it flip to 160. and it pushes everything back, and there's that waypoint again. So now I'm going to wait for it to come down here and cross this 80 nautical mile barrier right there, and then I'll change this knob to 80. As we start to get closer, I'll get it all the way down to 20. 20 will put this at 5 miles. This ring here will be 5 miles. This ring will be 10. And then I'll have some dash lines here. That's 2.5 miles. So, but I expect ATC to come in and tell me way before that. Looking at top of descent is 27 minutes away. So we'll see how this plays out. And it's going to be an RNAV approach as well too. So am I in the arrival? When I actually technically I am already in. No, when I cross Zyber, which is right here, I'll be in the arrival, the Y290 arrival. So we're not yet, not quite there yet. All right, let's go back to let's see. All right, what is Skynet multiplayer traffic and how do I use it? Skynet delivers real-time. Okay, what is Skynet Phase 1? Skynet delivers real-time multiplayer integration for Say Intentions pilots for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. When you and your fellow pilots enable it, you'll instantly see live activity from other pilots in your simulation. How much does it cost? Skynet is included at no cost to Say Intention customers, which means you have to be a premium subscriber. So, which is a subscriber. Is Skynet available for Entourage or OpenSky customers? Yes. Okay. Skynet is available to all Say Intention customers, including Premium, Entourage, and OpenSky. Interesting. I gotta look at OpenSky. I want to investigate that one. That one's a new one on me. Let me jot that down on the tablet here. Entourage, you can get the cabin crew and stuff. That's a one-time fee of like $49. If you don't want the ATC, you can still have Entourage, but it's included if you become a premium. If you become a subscriber or a premium member, is what they call that. What should my settings be in Microsoft Flight Sim to see only other Skynet pilots? You want to disable all AI live and multiplayer traffic in Microsoft Flight Sim, and then they give you the settings, and that's what I did. For 2020, multiplayer is off, air traffic is off, settings, aviation traffic, aircraft traffic type off, and then settings, general traffic, airport life. So basically that means that Microsoft Flight Sim is not injecting anything into your experience. Okay, what is the Skynet group code? I did see that. Using the group code, you can create a private instance of the Skynet service for just you and your friends. As long as everyone in your group enters the same group code, all other users will be removed, and you will only be able to see the people in your group. How does this handle people who just want to slew around in random places, pause in midair? Won't that ruin it for everyone? So, you know, this is a great question, because this is one reason why I turned everything off even before I started using ATCs at all. I turned everything off because I forgot which, I think it was LAX or somebody I was flying into. Well, there was one guy who, he was practicing approaches. I can't fault that. Okay. But it was like, I'm coming in on final and he was ahead of me. Okay, that plane's gonna be on final. I'm judging. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, he'll be off the runway by the time I land.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, expect to descend in about 20 minutes. Reach out if you want an early start.
I can expect to descend in about 20 minutes and call when I'm ready. United 5610. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the chrono up here.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, when you're ready to begin your descent, descend flight level 260.
Copy, descend to flight level 260 when I'm ready to descend. United 5610. Alright, so he just gave me clearance, but I'm not ready to descend yet. Okay.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, descend at your discretion.
Descend at my discretion, United 5610. So I think he's getting a little confused there. I'm basically agreeing with him, just reading it back. So, okay, he's good. So I can descend when I'm ready. Perfect. Down to flight level 260. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to be waiting for, you know, once again, my injected waypoint to get closer. I will then, when I'm within, and here's the hockey stick. So that's my top of descent right there. So I need to be close to that, probably within 40 nautical miles of that, to start my descent down to flight level 260. I'll let ATC know I'm starting my descent, and then, but then that way, when I'm close to that top of descent, the plane will manage the descent. So being this far away, if I start to descend, the plane's like, okay, you want to descend? Just you do you, and I end up having to manage it. I'd rather have the plane manage it because, quite frankly, the computers are smarter than me. So that's where I'm going to go. I've already broken enough stuff today. Let's try not to break the plane. All right, so, all right, we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's do this. Going back to how to handle people want to screw, and I was talking about the guy that was practicing. Now, okay, I see him land, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're right back again. There is a feature that can do that. In fact, it's I was watching a video. The new TOLUS A340 has it actually built into the electronic flight bag. So if you want to practice your your approach or your arrival to the, or your final, and you want to practice landings in that plane, you can just do it over and over and over again. Well, if I'm another pilot and you're doing that in front of me, you're messing with me. So I turn that stuff off, so if you want to do it, I don't see you and it doesn't mess with me, and I just do me. So here's my question though, and I'm not sure, and maybe somebody can answer that I turn that off. You, Bob, are practicing your landings, and I come in. Am I cutting you off? Are you seeing me? Unless you turn all your stuff off, you don't see me, I guess. But if you have your stuff on, then do you see me? I mean, it's just questions that I ask. Maybe I shouldn't even worry about it. Just turn the stuff off and just do my own thing. So, in terms of Skynet, when someone's doing that stuff, Skynet includes a detection system which will temporarily remove any aircraft behaving in an anomalous way, such aircraft will be removed from the network and will reappear automatically once their behavior is normalized. So if you're trying to screw around, do barrel rolls in your airliner, climb to flight level, 9,000 feet or 90,000 feet or whatever, something ridiculous, it's going to remove you until you settle down and start flying normal, and then it'll bring you back. So I kind of like that. And they're actually making, I'm just reading through a big long thing here, that if someone keeps screwing around, then they can take more permanent actions. Basically, you'll get banned. And that's the other thing too, that if you use this in a non-professional, you don't speak professional, especially if you're letting the AI capture your voice, you can get banned as well too for that. What simulators does Skynet work with? All of them. 2020, 2024, X-Plane, P3D, which I'm not even sure. I think P3D is done. I don't know. I thought I saw something like that they're not doing it anymore. Will I see people in MS 2020 if I'm on 2024 or vice versa? Yes! One of the unique goals of Skynet is to merge all the flight simulator versions into a single multiplayer environment. Nice. Will I be able to hear the other Say IntentionsAI pods as well as see them? Yes, I'll be at a slight 4 to 5 second delay from the time they transmit until the time you can hear them. Note that both players must have Share My Audio turned on in their app settings and multiplayer tab in order for this to work. And there's the frequency. So they do show the frequency on there. So that's the first time I read that there's a 4 to 5 second delay. Will ATC sequence me with other Skynet traffic? Not yet, but this is planned. They're working on it. What is Skynet Phase 2? We will remove the audio delay and make all multiplayer comms instant and real time. How does model? I'm not sure if they've done that. I mean, when was this? Does this have a date as to when this was written? This was modified February 7th. Okay. So pretty recent. So we're still in Phase 1. Model matching. Model matching identifies the IKO type of the loaded aircraft.
2750, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Oh. Speaking
Cleared
of which,
for the Scapa 2 Alpha arrival into Beatrix.
Alright, so there we got, I just changed the flight navigation display to 80 nautical miles.
Into Beatrix WestJet 2750.
Oh, here we go. How does model matching work? Model matching identifies the IKO your loaded aircraft and it applies the corresponding rule set to select the best match in Microsoft 2020-24. It is able to leverage multiple sources of aircraft models, including the inbuilt generic aircraft FSLTO, which they have that one highlighted. Hey guys, I'm talking. Can you shut up? Just Flight FS Traffic Library, which I have that installed. I don't think I have it running. In FS24, it is also able to utilize the inbuilt traffic models that were added, approximately 150 aircraft models in various liveries. Support for additional libraries and ability to create your own custom mappings will be coming in future releases. We recommend installing the FSLTL base models to get the best model matching experience. Alright, so that means I'll try that. I'll give FSLTL a try. I had issues with FSLTL and Beyond ATC. I'll give it a try and Say Intentions. That's an easy fix, and I just have to remember when I start my my simulator play to remove the FS traffic models. How do I install FSL? That's done by a Flywire installer. I already know that. Blocked by firewall connect, blah blah. Okay, so Skynav, it was what? Temporarily paused, blocked by firewall, connected, you're fully connected. Okay, so, alright, so that's interesting. So I might try the FSLTL, go back and see if it actually operates better. Because like I said, the experience that I had, not really the best one with Beyond ATC. Got a lot here. Traffic injections, sequencing. What kinds of things ATC can I run this in my offline mode? No. What planes does it work with? What simulators are supported? All of them. VATSIM and Say Intentions. So VATSIM integration, inbound, outbound handoffs. What is the Say IntentionsAI integration with VATSIM? Our system supports inbound, outbound ATC handoffs with VATSIM, allowing seamless transitions between Say Intentions and live VATSIM controllers. This provides continuous ATC coverage as you move between controlled and uncontrolled airspace. Okay, I understand that. So make that clear. There's not always somebody online in VATSIM in the area that you're flying. So they're integrated with VATSIM, which means that if you're talking to a real human on VATSIM, and then you leave like say a tower controller, right? And then he's handing you off to center, okay, but there's no live human working the center as center controller, it gets turned over to Say Intentions. Not a thing at all in Beyond ATC. Not a thing at all. So you can't, so I'm getting out of this already. You can use VATSIM and Say Intentions together. That does make the whole experience seamless. And between the AI voice sampling, how do you know if you're talking to a real person or not? Okay, it doesn't, you don't care. It just, as long as you're responding and you're responding in a professional manner, you'll be fine. How do inbound handoffs from VATSIM to Say Intentions work? When VATSIM controller assigns you 122.8, the Unicom frequency, or any other non-controlled frequency, tune your radio to 122.8. Start Say Intentions AI. So start it at that point. We just crossed that 40 miles, so all right. That waypoint is coming faster now because we're looking at it in a closer proximity. Once it reaches 20, I'll change it to 20, and then at that point, I'll stop looking at what is on the in the knowledge base and come back and start flying my plane like I'm supposed to be doing. Start AI. You will automatically be detected and contacted.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact San Juan Oceanic Center on 134.3.
Center on 134.3, United 5610. Oceanic Center, this is United 5610, flight level 360.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, San Juan Oceanic Center, good afternoon.
Alright, they're not, they got me. Alright. So this is actually really good. So Say Intentions, tune radio to 122.8. Start your Say Intentions AI. You will automatically be detected and connected to your AI ATC. Your SimBrief flight plan is automatically loaded. Say Intentions.ai AT will assign the appropriate frequency to your route and provide en route ATC coverage until arrival. Outbounds. Our system will automatically hand you off to the relevant VATSIM frequency. At that point, Say Intentions will disable itself to comply with VATSIM regulations. You can then continue your flight under live VATSIM control. How to enable VATSIM? They would show you on your pilot. Go to Settings, select Integrations. You'll find external ATC networks. Fill in your VATSIM or IVAO ID, and then okay, that's pretty easy. And a whole bunch of things of what to do if in case it fails. So that's actually really cool and interesting stuff that I just see as more powerful. Okay, we're past the 20 nautical mile spot. Here we come. Here's this. Okay, we're going to start looking at our METAR. I'm going to be looking at the one from A Pilot's Life because it stays updated. Okay, so we are looking at going to performance on the MCDU. And it is now 1018 is our QNH. Temperature is 29, so temperature has gone up. And how about our winds? 19013 winds got a little bit stronger, but still, so 090 at 13. Alright, so we are set. Go back to flight plan, we're good. Okay. Okay, we can put this away.
Care 189er Bravo, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Down to flight level 230, Care 189er Bravo.
So right about now is usually the mark where I would start, but I already pre-planned, so I just double checked it, made some adjustments, and now we're looking for that hockey stick, what I call a hockey stick, top of descent marker to come in on the navigation display. I really don't know. I'm not that knowledgeable on all the different. You know what? The best one. That's the one that is the most exciting, the strongest, best performing truck. That's the one that I want to win King of the Beach. Who won it last year, Albino? I can't remember. You told me last time that who won King of the Beach. We're 24 miles away from the Jets waypoint. And then after Jets, it should be 13 nautical miles. And usually I don't wait for the top of descent to hit here. As it gets close to 10 nautical miles, that's when I usually call in and say I'm starting my descent. Well, actually, based on what they're going to say, they would say do 20 minutes. We got 4 minutes to that 20-minute mark. So right there, I'm looking at the chrono time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pilot speaking. We will be starting our descent into Juliana St. Martin Airport in approximately 4 minutes. We should be into the airport in approximately, landing and at the gate in approximately 20 minutes total, all things going well. So thank you for flying with United. Lisa, those tacos were amazing.
Thank you, Captain. I'm glad you enjoyed the tacos.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, descend flight level 160.
Descend flight level 160, United 5610. Alright, descent flight level set. Lisa, we're starting our descent.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will be starting our descent into Juliana St. Martin Airport in approximately 4 minutes. We should be into the airport in approximately landing and at the gate in approximately 20 minutes total, all things going well. So thank you for flying with United.
She actually repeated everything I said. Kinda.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, descend flight level 060.
Descend flight level 060, United 5610.
WAF 903, descend and maintain altitude 1,000 feet. Cleared for the Beano 3 arrival into San Juan.
Delta 11000, cleared for the Beano 3 arrival into San Juan, WAF 903.
Okay, that was a real person sampled. I had to be as bad as that transmission was. Alright, constraints are on, flight directors are on. We are not going to be using the landing system
Skyhawk
at
3
all.
Alpha Zulu, descend altitude 3,000 feet.
Descend altitude 3,000 feet, United 5610. Yeah, we're 85 miles away from Sluggo, and we have to pass Sluggo. So we'll see. I'm letting it manage it. I'm looking at the MCDU. It's not yellow. It's telling me that we should be right on track. And when we pass Sluggo, 82 miles, we should be about 12,000 when we pass Sluggo. So, all right. So RNAV 10, we're showing now RNAV 10, and our arrival gate will be Terminal 1 B1. Lisa, our terminal will be Terminal 1 B1 when we arrive. That's our gate.
Copy, Captain. Noted that our terminal will be Terminal 1B1 upon arrival.
That is freaking cool. Alright, so we're in green dot. That's good.
San Juan Oceanic Center, Kyer 8901, flight level 160.
Which means we are right on track in our descent. Right at speed. We're in the pipe. All things are going good. So not a bad stream. I mean, it was a long one. Not bad. Considering that I broke. Well, I didn't completely break it, but...
Air 8901, descend and maintain flight level 180.
But...
Descending to flight level 180.
I need to figure out, when I do these SIMBIT flights, I need to figure out how to be able to get the SIMBIT information in. And I think I need to put that in before I start this, well, I can't get into... That's not true. I can get into the settings before I start the simulator. So I have to plan everything in it. It should work. Okay, we should be fine. And if I add it, and hopefully then it will pick it up, I will look at the knowledge base on that. Or go to their Discord channel. I think it was, when I first started flying with on the flight sim, I think it was ATC from Microsoft that would sit there and tell me, like in this one here, descend to 3,000 feet, expedite. And again, there is an expedite button. So if I hit this button right here, this plane will go down into like a very steep dive to get down to 3,000 feet. But we could overspeed the plane. We'll get out of the magenta. The magenta area here, it means that we're right. The computer says we need to be here, but we have this entire range, and we have green dot right here, which means we're right on track in our descent. So we'll just let it go. RNAV via 10. So we're doing an RNAV descent. I like it. I'm liking it. I'm wondering if it's St. Martin, I can't remember, where basically there's a beach like right at the end of the runway. We'll see it here if they modeled it, but there is a island out here in the Caribbean where the beach is like right at the end of the runway, and there's videos of like A380s getting at the end of the runway and then hitting full toga, and people getting on the beach getting blown out into the water. So far, yeah, see, it's still showing me en route, not showing me, I'm looking at the banner on my stream, should be showing me descent. Let's see, let's go to Pilot's Life. Pilot's Life is I am in transition to or from cruise, which means I'm in descent. So it's reading the right thing. Just still, so I mean, the altitude is showing it descending because the numbers are ticking down. Oh, of course. Who's pinging me? Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I went to get my phone. I got my window open. Like I said, allergies are killing me right now. All right, let's see what we got. What's up, Mikey? I redid. I stayed up late last night after you got off. Redid the checklist, but the co-pilot didn't read it because, and I think I broke Say Intent, and it's stuff. There's some still settings that I need to set. Well, if you were here, and if we got to work on getting your flight sim into Xbox so you can start playing on it, because then you could order your own tacos when we start doing this Skynet. But I thought that was, I mean, hey, I got a date. Okay, I asked her if she wanted to go have tacos with me in St. Martin, and she said yes. That cracked me up. So we'll work on that. We're done. I'm in the arrival right now. Up more drag. Let's get some drag. Yeah, it just cracked me up. Spoilers are out. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, there they are. That was being hidden by the tail. I'll do like right there. All right.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Juliana approach on 128.905.
Juliana approach 128.905. United 5610. Juliana approach, this is United 5610. We are at flight level 180, descending to 3,000 feet via Sluggo. Sorry, this went away. I forgot what the approach was, but anyway.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Juliana approach identified. Hello. Expect the RNAV runway 10 approach into Juliana.
Expect RNAV approach, runway 10 into Juliana, United 5610. Oh, what? I didn't. Oh, I don't need the speed brakes anymore. I'm getting almost too slow. But I am concerned. I'm supposed to be above. That's above 2,600 feet at Sluggo. And the MCDU has me at 12,300. So it's going to be close. We'll see. We'll see if we can do the RNAV or if I have to do a go around. Which that go around could actually benefit because then I put myself into a hold and just, you know, go back and then do a holding pattern.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, turn right, heading 130, vectors for the RNAV runway, 10 approach.
Turn right, heading 130, vectors for the RNAV runway, 110 approach. United 5610. Alright, we're going to go heading and turn right to 130. He's going to bring me in. We'll keep our descent going. There we go. Now, Beyond ATC does this really well. Okay, doing the vectors and stuff. That is good at it. It'll be interesting to see. This is the first time I had to do this with, with Say Intentions, which is what I'm using right now. You know, I didn't even look at what's transition altitude for here. $65. So 6,500 is transition. Okay. Put a little speed brake in. We have no error for speed here. We'll be dropping down to 250 knots.
Windward 804, direct bang, cleared for the RNAV runway 10 approach. Descend and maintain flight level 026 until established.
Down to 2600, cleared for the RNAV 10 approach, Windward 804.
Sorry guys. I don't remember moving that, blasting your ears. Apologize.
United 2427, direct AVOC key, cleared for the RNAV runway 10 approach. Descend and maintain altitude 2600 feet until established.
Down to 2600, cleared for the RNAV 10 approach, United 2427.
He's right in front of me. Right now we're above green dot, so we're kind of not descending fast enough. Pull speed brakes out, try to hold that, so there's no Alright, coming up to 10,000 feet. I think we'll be good. There's the limit.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, turn right, heading 155.
Turn right, heading 155, United 5610. Alright, under 10,000 feet, landing lights are coming on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your flight attendant speaking. We are now beginning our final approach into the
Seatbelts
beautiful
on.
St. Martin. Please ensure that all electronic devices are turned off and stowed away until we arrive at the gate. Kindly put your tray tables away and ensure your seats are in their full upright position, with your seatbelts fastened. Our assigned gate is Terminal 1B1. The weather at our destination is currently 29 degrees Celsius with scattered clouds. Thank you for flying with United Airlines.
Turn right, heading 155, United 5610. Why did that come back and repeat again?
Roger, turn right, heading 155.
Oh, he's just, okay, Roger, turning right. Yep.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, proceed direct of our keys. Descend altitude 2600 feet until established. Cleared for the RNAV runway 10 approach.
Descend altitude 2600 feet. Direct to Avaki until established. Cleared RNAV runway 10 approach. United 5610. I'm going to slow this thing down. It's not slowing down here. I know our speed limit's way exceeded. We got to slow down.
Departure Air Transat 387 2000 for 4000.
Air Transat 387, radar contact. Climb and maintain 11 1000.
Climb 11 1000, Air Transat 387.
American 2440, direct to Vaki. Cleared for the RNAV runway 10 approach. Descend and maintain altitude 2600 feet until established. Altimeter 1015.
Descending to 2600. Cleared for the RNAV 10 approach. American 2440. Air Transat 387, contact San Juan Oceanic Center on 118.15.
Switching to San Juan Oceanic Center on 118.15, Air Transat 387.
Alright, V to, okay, vertical, got a box, LDAV right there. We are in, this is all coming from GPS. We are not doing an ILS. This is a RNAV approach, arrival, and landing.
KLM 787,
Oh,
direct
the banner
outermost,
changed
cleared
to
for the
arriving
RNAV
soon.
runway
That's
10
cool.
approach. Descend and maintain altitude 2600 feet until established.
Down to 2600, cleared for the RNAV 10 approach, KLM 787.
We are going direct modal, then as filed, World Express 2825. Climb altitude 15,000 feet, World Express 2825.
World Express 2825, contact
Still
San
have
Juan
my
Oceanic Center on
spoilers out.
118.15.
Contact San Juan Oceanic 118.15, World Express 2825. Bye-bye.
Alright, we're going to be at 2600 before we get to Avaki. That's perfect.
World Express 2303, contact San Juan Oceanic Center on 118.15.
Contact San Juan Oceanic 118.15, World Express 2303. Bye-bye.
That. Speed brakes down. Gear down.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, contact Juliana Tower on 118.7.
Juliana Tower on 118.7, United 5610. Juliana Tower, this is United 5610, arriving via Avaki at 2600.
Skyhawk 123 Alpha Zulu, Juliana Tower, roger, continue approach runway 10.
Continue approach runway 10, United 5610. Speed limit exceeded. Might be oh, it's an old scratch pad. Never mind. All right. All right, lateral deviation we're in. I'm looking at that vertical. There it is. It's dropping down now. Woo! That's getting me scared. So On the primary flight display, this little green box is what I was looking at that I'm pointing at. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Zulu, wind 080 at 11, runway 10, cleared to land.
Runway 10, clear to land, United 5610. Alright, so vertical deviation is locked in. We are on final approach. This is completely RNAV, not ILS. So it is not considered a precision approach and landing. We are full flaps. Spoilers armed. Retracted as expected. Set speed brakes should be set to max. Auto brakes. There we go.
2000.
Copilot, can we run that before landing checklist? Nope, he's still broken. Set approach, check. Autopilot 2, no, we only have one autopilot because it's a non-precision. Train radar on, check. Landing gear down, check. Flaps set for landing, check. Spoilers arm, check. Auto brake set, check. Engine mode selector, check. Nose wheel lights to on. Nose wheel lights to take off. Runway turn off lights on. Go around altitude set. APU master on.
November 64204, ready to taxi.
APU start is on. APU is available. We're
November
good to go.
64204, runway 10, taxi via Charlie Alpha.
Runway 10, taxi via Charlie, Alpha November 64204.
Now, if you're wondering, I did miss the descent checklist. Yeah, this is the runway. Okay, there's a beach right there at the end of the runway. You know, the cruise ship over there too. So, and people, you can populate that beach and hang out on there the whole bit.
Runway 10.
And people will stand at that beach, and there'll be 380s that will come in there and go full toga to take off from this runway. And there's videos of people getting blown out into the water, which is what they want because it's actually kind of a small beach. So it's like an e-ticket ride at Disneyland. But this is such a fun place. I've been here. On a cruise ship too, by the way. I did Carnival. Never do that again. Not Carnival, at least.
500.
Alright, I got controls. Oh, don't crash on me. Seriously? Oh, good. I was going to say, that's going to hurt my... Oh, that's a quick stop. Okay. Came to a quick stop simply because I had max brakes on. I didn't need max brakes here. That was overkill. So,
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, welcome to Juliana. Exit at Bravo if able. Taxi to Terminal 1B1 via Bravo. Alpha, stay with me.
Welcome to Princess Juliana International Airport.
exit at Bravo. Oops. Exit at Bravo. Taxi to Terminal 1B1 via Bravo. I will stay with you.
Approaching runway 10.
Alright. Stopping here. Where is 1 Bravo? I gotta look at the map here. because I'm not getting.
Please take note of the following. Flight 250 to New York City, departing at 3:15 p.m. from gate A3, and flight 345
I think Bravo's over
to
there.
Miami,
Okay.
departing at 3:30 p.m. from gate B2.
Now, I don't know where my. That's the Alpha terminal. The Bravo terminal's to the left. Alright, flaps up. Spoilers retracted. Check. Flaps retracted. Check. Speed brakes set to off. Check. And he's got me to B1. B1 is GA large.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, hold short of runway 10, 73 max on the runway.
Alright, there's my, there's my thing. Copy, I am not on the runway. I should have got off there. Alright, let's, before I turn in, hold short here. Runway lights off. Taxi, I should say taxi lights off. Alright, and strobes to off. Alright, we can go ahead and turn in.
Experimental 55 Charlie ready to taxi.
Experimental 55 Charlie, runway 10 taxi via Charlie Alpha.
Runway 10
Oh, I got a
taxi
marshal
via
alert. Nice.
Charlie, Alpha Experimental 55
And that's
Charlie.
GSX. Gonna turn for me, dude? Got a hard time turning. There she goes.
Charlie 2510, contact departure.
But to departure, Charlie 2510. 2303, holding short, runway 10 at Alpha, ready for departure. Clear for takeoff 2303.
Ground, Windward 804, taxi to the gate.
Windward 804, taxi to parking via Delta, Charlie.
Delta, Charlie, Windward 804. November 81 Sierra Kilo, ready for straight out
Brake
departure.
set. Yeah, I stopped.
November 81 Sierra Kilo, wind 080 at 17, runway 10, cleared for takeoff.
Cut engines.
Cleared for takeoff, November 81 Sierra Kilo.
Alright, we are in St. Martin's. Welcome to St. Martin's. APU Blue Light on. We'll get the keep the packs going as everybody descends our deboards. Alright, let's see. Beacons to off. There we go. And deboard plane.
The boarding requested.
Alright. Not too shabby. RNAV was almost spot on perfect. Alright, we can kill ATC because we're here, so I'll kill that. And cargo doors, let's watch this. Here comes, oh, yeah, manually move that? Wow. How's the parking? Almost. How'd I stop? There's no mark there to stop. I was looking at these marks here. Alright, well. All right, let's go back inside. We do have ground power. We'll go ahead and kill the APU.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Let's see if I can get the cap. Oh, I already killed ATC. I was going to say, I'll remind Lisa, don't forget our taco date. So, all right. And she's from Chicago. I like Chicago. Chicago's awesome. All right, well, that's the end of it, guys. Wow, that was fun. Long one, or a 4-hour stream. Haven't streamed that long in a long time. But yeah, just to recap, we left Tampa, Florida, landed at Princess Juliana Airport at St. Martin's. I'll tell you right now, we'll be leaving from here next Saturday. Where the destination is, I don't know. That voting will take place in a pilot's life. So I will work on trying to see if I can get the pilot's life call sign added to Say Intention so it can recognize it. Otherwise, I'll be flying as United again next week, which is okay either way. So as it is. So Mike, if you're still with me there, I will catch you in Discord in a little bit. Otherwise, to everybody else, I want to thank you for hanging out with me, watching the stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share, all that good stuff. And then consider getting that coffee as well, too. Like I said, it supports the channel, and it also supports the troops as well, too. So anyway, I will catch you guys later. This is Kurt H. I'm the Lazy Farmer. Have a great rest of your day.